and 8:30. We are having a video conference for this meeting, and the agenda for the meeting includes instructions about how to join the meeting by video conference or by telephone. The meeting is also live streaming on YouTube. So, and all that information is in the agenda that is out there for the meeting. So welcome to all of you, those we can see and those we cannot. We appreciate your joining us for this, well, used to be unusual. It's not so unusual now, the format of the meeting. So let's get started. Our first agenda item is approval of the minutes of 2 meetings, and that's behind tab A. We're going to do this one item at a time. And, I skipped over introduction of the commissioners, but I think what we'll do is just commissioner comments is up next. So you can you will identify yourselves at that time. The first set of minutes is from the April 24th meeting. Can I get a motion on these minutes?
Madam Chairman, I so move we approve the minutes of April 24th. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. Thank you, Bruce. And can I get a second?
I second that motion.
All right. Any comment? Ready to vote? Okay, I'm going to just do a roll call. Commissioner Baumgartner, please say aye. Or motion, yay or nay?
Yay.
Okay, thank you.
Definitely.
Commissioner Corn,
Yay.
Commissioner Kihara,
Yes.
Commissioner Mall,
Yes.
Commissioner Quemps.
Yes.
Hi, Eric. And aye for Commissioner
Morning.
Reeves as well. Welcome. I wish we could see you, but I know that you've got to be here by phone. So anyway, that motion carries and minutes are approved. Second set of minutes is from May 1st, 2020. Another motion, please.
I move that we approve the minutes of May 1st, 2020.
All right, thank you, Kathy. And a second, please.
I'll second.
Second, Eric Quimps.
All right. Commissioner Quemp seconds. And all those in favor? Oh, no, let's do this one by one. Commissioner Mall,
Yes.
Commissioner Kihara,
Yes.
Commissioner Baumgartner,
Yes.
Commissioner Corn,
Yes.
Commissioner Quemps,
Yes.
and Commissioner Reeves says yes, and these minutes are approved. So the next agenda item is commissioner comments. I think, yeah, commissioner comments. And I think I'll just kind of go with the order in which I see you all on my screen. So Commissioner Mall, would you like to get us started with this?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Reeves, and good to see everybody again. It just dawned on me that if we're live streaming on YouTube, does that make us influencers now? I guess it really, YouTube aside, we certainly are, and then decisions that we're making and reviewing and the work that the staff is always doing, which I continue to appreciate. A few thoughts. Certainly with COVID, we get daily reminders of the fundamental value of water, especially getting news about communities that are so water limited that the standard behaviors to limit the spread of COVID become really difficult because washing and things become so difficult. So nothing like a disaster and the memory of, what would happen if our standard water supplies were cut off or were restricted during a pandemic or during another disaster. So just a good reminder of the value of this work, and again, how important the work that staff are doing on a daily basis is. Greatly appreciate that. I had a chance to go up this weekend into the Cascade Lakes region to Davis Lake, Odell Creek flowing into Davis Lake at the south end of the Cascade Lakes Highway. And if you've ever been there before, it's a pretty extensive wetland marsh area that now is not nearly as extensive and still stunningly beautiful. But when you're on the lake itself and see that the historic water line was maybe 8 feet above where it is now, and how that's affected things in the wetlands, and how difficult it is to understand, well, what's going on? Is it just lack of snow? Are there changes in the subsurface geology? It just reaffirmed for me how important the research, the ongoing research to sort through these complicated things are. And I know that now, given the downturn and impacts on budgets, questions about where to cut back are always going to be in front of us. But that fundamental importance of research, what we're continuing to discover in places like Harney, the Malheur Basin, just really want to encourage us to continue to be creative in finding funding and in keeping that research growing, because it's just so important to making decisions going forward. And then the final thing, we're in a period of time nationally, internationally, but certainly nationally, where this question of trust in each other is on trial in a lot of places. And it just goes to show how important it is that in our work, in the field especially, we continue to do that. And I think that speaks to something we've discussed in the past, which is how important it is that we invest in communication going forward, so that the perception of water resources is simply a regulatory agency, that we can demonstrate that the agency brings resources and collaborative approaches to the table, and just getting the word out is so important, in having the capacity to be out there with people on that. So it's as much as I've got for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Joe. Commissioner Kihara?
Well, I can't say that I've gotten out and done much of anything since COVID started. I've been pretty much self-isolating at home, just because I can, and it helps the rest of the world that way. Concerned of ongoing drought, the fact that we did not get as much snowpack this year, and I know that the Deschutes reservoirs did not fill. Was extremely grateful for a cool, wet spring that kind of held off on the amount of irrigation that had to happen, so that our water supplies are hanging in there for the time being. Hoping we get some decent snowpack next year, always. And echoing some of Joe's comments on, being grateful for a decent water supply, that we can turn on the tap and wash our hands. We had an issue with a water main here that then we had a 24-hour boil water notice afterwards, and discovered just how much of a pain in the ass that is. Washing hands, washing anything becomes extremely difficult in those circumstances. And also very grateful that we're not dealing with an earthquake, as is happening in Mexico. So all things to be happy for. And that's really all I've got.
Thank you, Kathy. Commissioner Baumgartner?
Thank you, Meg. Just a couple of things. One of them is, in the past, I've talked about reuse, and I am heartened to see that EPA has launched a reuse program, or at least monetary sources, providing money through EPA to enhance or encourage reuse across the nation. As you know, I think that is a valuable water supply that we should be taking advantage of. So I'm just using this opportunity to pitch reuse of reclaimed or water. The other thing I wanted to touch on, it's very similar to what Commissioners Mole and Kiyahara have touched on, and that's at this time of COVID, how it really strikes to me anyway, the value of water. Speaking from a utility, we are really struggling with a number of not only technical issue, but social issues as our public begins to have a harder time paying for their utilities. My end of it is the cleaning up end of it, but my cohorts and friends in the drinking water supply are wrestling with the same thing of we've got these huge infrastructure costs that we need to deal with. And now we have a situation where a large segment of our population is going to struggle to even pay for the resources that they are using for the water they get for the services we provide. And how quickly that is becoming a real stressful issue, just the supply and the abundance of good, clean water throughout the state to provide very basic services. The other thing we are working on, both at a national level and a local level, is integrated planning. And with our integrated planning, we are looking much more broadly than just our wastewater resources, but also looking at how we manage and preserve some of our freshwater supplies, the environmental benefit of water. Congress has, again, funded through EPA money for the integrated planning as well as for the infrastructure. And it makes me think that we should be pondering ways in which we can take advantage of some of that money that may be available through some of the integrated planning that we are doing. And lastly, I'd like to echo what Joe said, and that we are really much more than a regulatory agency. The resource we provide, we ought to be seeing now some of the stress it causes when there's any real change in our ability to provide that resource. And we've got much more than just regulation as we deal with how we plan for these resources and how they're used, not only now, but into the future, in the next 10, 20 to 50 years. And that's really all I have. Thank you, Meg.
Thank you, Bob. Commissioner Korn?
Thank you, Chair Reeves. Kathy mentioned about an earthquake, and we did have an earthquake in Eastern Oregon here. It is actually up in the Stanley area. It was a 6.5, and we did feel it here fairly substantially. I mean, glasses were shaking and those kind of things. And we had some minor damage in some of our infrastructure. We've seen some pipelines with new leaks and a few things like that. Nothing serious or significant, but there is definitely been some damage from that, which is really unusual for our area. I think it'd been like 30 or 40 years since we'd had anything close to that. For our area, 6.5 was fairly significant, and we certainly felt it. Not going through those very often. It's kind of a what's going on type situation. The water situation, well, first of all, the COVID situation, as far as the agriculture community, everything keeps going. I mean, you plant in the spring if you want to harvest in the fall. And so everybody kept going. Our suppliers have been able to supply us with the things we need, and the crops are growing and everything's coming along. Certainly more precautions as far as our workers in the field, hand washing, masks in certain cases. And everybody's well aware of it. And there's a lot of uncertainty and a lot of concern, which creates anxiety and stress. And people can be on edge and just a lot of struggles. I'm sure everybody that, this is dealt with that at their own level and in their own situations. We had a good carryover last year with water in the Maui here in the Waihe system. which has been a real blessing. Had a really dry spring, and then we've kind of gotten a wet period here for the last month that has really made our reservoir storage hold up exceptionally well. We're between 70 and 75% capacity in all the reservoirs in this area, and look to have a not quite as significant carryover as last year, but a fairly decent carryover going into 2021, which bodes well for next year. These timely rains that we've had has now brought us actually above average on our rainfall in the east. And that's happened here in the last month with a series of storms that have came through with significant rainfalls. I mean, 1/2 inch to 2 inch type rainfalls, which is really unusual for us here. So, the crops are off to a good start. We're about 3 weeks away from small grain harvest, and then everything else will move right on there. A lot of uncertainty in marketing, different demands from consumers, as we're all well aware. So many people being isolated at home and not eating out. A lot of our vegetable products, such as onions, generally go to food service, a high percentage. There's had to be a dramatic shift to retail, which requires different sizing, different packaging. So as we're all well aware, there's been shortages on the retail end. You go to the grocery store, you can't buy flour, or you can't buy toilet paper, or your potatoes were short for a while. Yet there's milk being dumped, there's hogs being slaughtered or euthanized without getting in the supply chain. So we've really exposed the weaknesses in our food supply chain, the just on time type deliveries, and the ever expanding larger processing capabilities has really put a strain on. There's an overabundance in the farm country, yet it can't get to the consumers that need it. And so these are things that the changing times we live in. Just on a side note, Renee and I do a small business on the side with wheat where we clean it and bag it for people to use for flour. And that's been kind of a slow business the last couple months. We've done more than we've done the last couple years. People wanting to have that on hand for storage, people grinding their own flour because they go to the store, which is unheard of. I mean, there's an overabundance of wheat. There's an overabundance of practically every product, but getting it in the right package and getting it distributed to consumers has been a real challenge. So our food supply chain, all those that are involved in that have kept going as normal, but or normal under the circumstances, I guess I should say. But again, we live in interesting, trying times where I don't know what the norm is because it changes daily. And I think we've all felt that. So by the very fact that we're meeting like we are is just kind of a microcosm of the larger picture of what we're all dealing with. So with that, that's all I have. And things press forward in the ag communities.
Thank you, Bruce. And Commissioner Klemps?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. So I'll try to complement what other commissioners are speaking about and have with a little different perspective. At least here in the Umatilla Basin, you're aware we've had a couple pretty significant, well, that's an understatement. In February, we had what could be a 500-year event. Within about less than 48 hours, we had nearly 9 inches of precipitation in the upper Umatilla Basin on snow. And so we got about 20 to 25% of our average annual precipitation in a little over a day, and had a tremendous flood event that impacted the Umatilla Basin, problematic for a number of landowners, and I think will be affecting a number of homeowners' decisions about where they live in the future. The flip side of that, and this is, the other side of nature, I guess, but there was a tremendous impact to the floodplain from a habitat and likely a water quality standpoint that was pretty positive. We saw a lot of diversity created in the floodplain, probably the most large woody debris recruitment and transport we've ever seen in the Umatilla. And I think it's going to set the template for the floodplain for decades easily. And if we ever get back to business as normal, I know we talked about meeting and potentially touring in the Umatilla Basin, there'll be some interesting things to see with maybe some of the progress that the director will talk about in his report, and some of the water supply projects, and some of the floodplain changes. So there are, as Commissioner Corn said, we've had kind of a long spring. We've had quite a bit of precipitation, and just starting to get hot in this area. But it's been a wet spring, and with a lot of impacts that I think will have long-term implications, both positive and negative. Like Commissioner Mull, I hope in the face of budget cuts, we can continue to support, I think, some of the ongoing groundwater work, the studies. Those are important to informing management decisions, and that groundwater is an important source that needs to be protected for predictability, particularly in times of shortage or crisis that we're seeing now. So something to think about. And I also appreciate Commissioner Baumgartner's comments about, those people impacted by the economics of this pandemic are having trouble paying for utilities. And so that's another consideration that's good to keep in mind, the different impacts that we're seeing from this pandemic. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Eric. The other commissioners' comments and the perspectives from which each of you are coming is, it's kind of a sample of the incredible across the board effects of the pandemic, as well as some natural events that we've experienced in Oregon since this pandemic started. I think trying to keep the focus on continuing some of the work that we've been trying to do that's not reactive is that's going to be a challenge, but I think it's something that we're going to want to kind of keep on the front of our brains as we move through this. The only other thing that I will report on, as you know, I'm the OWEB rep from the Water Resources Commission, and OWEB's budget in this biennium is in dire condition, basically, because it's 3/4 of the agency's funding is lottery funding, and lottery revenue dropped off a cliff. Basically, the lottery shut down as a result of, for the most part, as a result of the pandemic. So that's having the impact to OWEB is now, and it's having results or having impacts on their staffing and the granting activity. So for now, the board has, with respect to granting, has reduced outlay from some of the existing grants, and has basically moved into the next biennium several of the other types of grants and grant cycles. And that the revenue forecast is still uncertain in the biennium for OWEB, and so the board and the agency might have to revisit this going forward. But so tough times in the watershed restoration world at the moment as a result of this pandemic. And that is all I've got. I think we'll move to director's report. Tom.
Thank you, Chair Reeves. Hope folks can hear me all right. Got the thumbs up. Excellent. Well, it's good to see everyone, and I'm glad we were able to convene a meeting in these times. I am saddened at the same time that we're not in Hood River right now. That would have been a lot of fun, and we would have learned a lot and had some great opportunities to get out in the field. And looking forward, I was also looking forward to being in Burns in August, and et cetera, et cetera. So I definitely regret that we're not able to get out into different communities around the state and to spend time together. That said, I'm grateful to hear you and to just the comments that you've all expressed already this morning have been stimulating for me, and just remind me of the value that you bring to our agency and being thoughtful, and the perspectives that you bring to the table to help shape and form our policy direction. So thank you for that. I got a few things to talk about today. I'm not going to spend much time on the report itself that you have for the director's report. The text in there is pretty self-explanatory. It, in very basic terms, we continue to do our work, and our folks are in the field in particular have been out, the water masters and other folks who have regular field work have been continuing business as usual. And of course, we're getting into the busy season for us as we move into the summer season, and some places are more busy than others. You'll see reflected in the director's report that we have a lot of activity and continue to have a lot of interest in places like the Klamath Basin, the Walla Walla, the Umatilla, Harney, with a separate report that you'll hear about today. So that work, we're getting our footing, I would say, in this telework environment that we're now in, and we're really trying hard to kind of get back into what I would consider to be maybe more the regular flow of our business. But as has been mentioned by many of you in your remarks, I think this is also a great opportunity for us to reflect on what we're all experiencing and to think about our business maybe a little bit differently if we think that's important. And I think those conversations lie ahead of us. But I do think that it's not business as usual for us from an operations standpoint. And I think this is a great opportunity for us in the coming months to reflect on our mission and how we go about our work, and whether business as usual from a policy standpoint is really how we want to approach things. All that said, there's a lot of things that are in motion. So bear in mind, we're a bit of an ocean liner. We're not going to move, real quickly, but it's really a matter of how we want to frame discussions going forward. So I'll just plant that seed for our future conversations. In terms of, I did want to spend just a minute on Klamath because that's been an area where you've had some recent activity. It continues to be really, I'd say, dominate a lot of staff time. Both locally and in the Salem office. There are a lot of things going on right now, many of which are articulated in the staff report. I won't go into those in detail other than to mention that you may recall the special meeting we had where you delegated authority for investigation associated with one of the lawsuits in Marion County, which has now been dismissed. We are continuing that investigation. We are getting a lot of cooperation and some not from water users in terms of better understanding what water is being used where and how it affects the lake, so that we can have a better sense of how that complex system functions, so that we can have a better sense of distinguishing the stored water from the live flow that courses through that lake, and what it means for the users in that area. Those are important considerations for us to be able to take charge of and around distribution of water in that area. So that work, it continues. Meanwhile, a new lawsuit has been filed by the Klamath Irrigation District under a separate statute seeking an injunction, very similar in tone to and intent to the previous lawsuit. But this is also in Marion County. There was a hearing last week, initial hearing last week on the issue. We have not heard from the circuit court yet on what direction that will lead for us. But those challenges continue. And the last thing I'd say on the Klamath is just that it's been, the Mother Nature can really make us look a little silly sometimes. The Bureau has, I think, had some challenges judging how much water is available. And I think Mother Nature's been toying toying with them a little bit from the standpoint that, a month or so ago, there was concern that the 140,000 acre feet for the project that was part of the project plan for the irrigators in the area, which is much under what they would normally want and like, which is more in the range of 300,000 acre feet. That 140,000 acre feet was not going to be realized, and that it was going to be more around 80,000 acre feet. That, of course, was very alarming for the community, and but just in a matter of several weeks of cooler, a little bit wetter weather, they got back to 140,000 acre feet. So I think everyone's grateful for that, but it just goes to show how much uncertainty there is in areas where you know that you've already got full appropriation or over appropriation in a basin and many different interests pulling at a scarce resource. Shifting gears a little bit, and speaking of scarcity, drought is a factor this year, and what we have about 11 counties that are either declared drought emergencies by executive order from the governor or in the process of moving in that direction. They are, I'll just read off the ones that are in the queue or have the designation. It's Klamath, Curry, Coos, Jackson, Douglas, Josephine, Gilliam, Crook, Deschutes, Jefferson, and Wasco. And if you were thinking in your head about a map, you'd see that there is a pattern, and it is the southwest corner of the state up through the east side of the Cascades, really, is kind of what we're looking at in terms of the tough area. But with respect to the responsibilities that we have associated with dealing with drought, we have a few tools in the toolkit. They're fairly modest, but the one that we tend to see the most are applications for emergency drought permits. They tend to be groundwater. And currently we have 44 applications that we've received. 39 have been approved, 4 denied. We're expecting to see more applications come in the door. They are all within the Klamath Basin. We have not received any applications for drought permits in any other part of the state thus far. Okay, I want to shift gears a little bit and talk about COVID-19, and this will, I think, touch on some of the comments from commissioners as well, but apply it more directly to our agency. In past meetings, I've talked a little bit about the operations changes that we've had here at the department. We continue to emphasize telework at the agency. Our essential workers continue to be out in the field, and they, by the nature of their work, have really minimal contact with the public. Our offices are open to our staff but closed to the public, and which is a standard that most state agencies are applying right now. What we've learned over time, and we are learning a lot, is that we can function pretty effectively in this mode. There are certainly trade-offs. I think we're all learning about those and recognizing those. But the telework environment, I think, have all been pleasantly surprised about how much we can carry out and in terms of our workload. So we're continuing to learn as we go and adapt. But I wanted to report out the direction from the state. We've all are familiar with the reopening phases, the 3 phases that the governor's laid out in terms of guidance and protocols for counties and communities around the state. The state enterprise, the state agencies are not operating under that same protocol. And essentially we are guided more by the level of productivity that we're able to achieve, combined with the protection that we can provide our employees and the public by virtue of emphasizing telework as a primary focus. And so The guidance that we have currently from the governor is that state agencies like ours, which have shifted to primarily telework, are to continue to do so through the end of August, and that we will revisit the question of our operations after that time. I think we're all, this has just been a huge experiment on so many levels, and we're all learning as we go. And one of the things that we are paying close attention to, and the health authority and the governor's office and the folks who are leading the efforts around public health questions for us around the state, is just tracking the cases and how many folks are needing medical attention, and making sure that we're trying to function both within the state enterprise and more broadly around the state in a manner that doesn't overwhelm our medical resources for Oregonians who come down with cases of COVID-19. And as we reopen, we're seeing things start to spike in different areas. And I don't think any of us know exactly what that means or whether we need to do anything associated with that that's different. But I think we're all kind of paying close attention to that, and we all may be needing to make adjustments accordingly as we go. I would say that on the COVID-19 front, well, I guess another point I would make is that I anticipate that we will be having these video conference meetings for the foreseeable future, perhaps through the end of the biennium, in part because of COVID-19. And I guess my best expectation at this point is that it's going to be quite a long time before we're back to anything that comes close to normal of what we were experiencing in February. But that's also an issue for us from a cost savings standpoint. And I want to talk a little bit about budget and give you a sense of where we're at in terms of our current budget cycle. Chair Reeves mentioned OWEB, and the lottery funded agencies have really had a very dramatic impact. I think their lottery dollars have been much more tied to the private sector and the state economy. And we're seeing that precipitous fall. The general fund revenues, of course, are tied to which fund, or the primary source for funding the Water Resources Department, are tied to income tax. And it's more of an attenuated impact in terms of economic downturn and its impact on state services. Well, in May, we saw the revenue forecast come out. We saw the estimate of revenue plummet as a result. And the governor and legislators are now in the process of trying to figure out what to do, both for the remainder of this budget cycle, which ends in the end of June next year, but also what this means going forward into the next biennium. In terms of this current budget cycle, we have been asked, we and all the other general fund agencies were asked to provide a list of potential reductions that amounted to 8.5% of our full biennium general fund revenue. We submitted that list along with the other agencies, and we were able to put that list together in a manner that placed a greater emphasis on non-position funding sources, and that was able to emphasize currently vacant or previously vacant positions over the course of this biennium. And as a result, we were able to put that list together that didn't implicate any layoffs for existing staff, which we were thrilled about. We greatly value our staff. We've invested in them. They have expertise that is difficult to replace and certainly takes time to replace in the best case scenario. So we were relatively relieved that we were able to pull that list together without having that direct impact. Since that time, we learned last week that the governor and legislators are now contemplating $150 million of general fund reductions that could take place my best information is that the legislature will take that action, which means it won't be the governor, which is an important distinction because the governor's authority is only to take across the board cuts. The legislature can make cuts, more deeply in one agency than another. And so it appears that the legislature will take the action. It appears that the $150 million that is listed, that is comprised in that total, is from the lists that the agencies pulled together for the governor, those 8.5% lists that I was just talking about. Not all agencies are implicated by that. The word I've heard is that the emphasis was to avoid items on those lists that implicated layoffs. As a result, those lists that didn't implicate layoffs were ones that got pulled into that list, and our full 8.5% is sitting in that list and may be taken up by the legislature later in July. That is understandable, but it's also concerning to us, and it's because of our ongoing concern about our legal expenses, which has been unfortunately a struggle for us for multiple biennia now. You may recall that last biennium, the legislature came forward halfway through the biennium to provide some additional general fund resources for us to be able to make ends meet on meeting our legal expense obligations. I would be surprised that they would do that this biennium, given the budget scenario that we're in. We may be looking at as much as an $800,000 to maybe a $1.2 million deficit on our legal expenses, depending on how things play out for the remainder of the biennium. If we add that to the 8.5% reduction that may be taken in July, we're then getting into the range of 10 or 11% of our biennial budget for general fund. It's not clear to me today whether we could absorb that kind of reduction without layoffs. And so that's something that we're looking at very closely right now and are very concerned about. So all that said, there's a lot of variables, and things could change in the coming weeks that could influence what all these numbers look like. One of the factors could be Congress, and there's some conversation that Congress may take action in July to provide resources for state and local governments around the country. I think the legislature, the union and many others are paying close attention to that and wanting to see whether that happens before taking action on the state budget. That could be a big factor. The union, of course, and the negotiations between the state and the union could also be another factor that could ameliorate some of the reductions that we're finding. But I don't have any information on that in terms of where that's at. Again, I think they're a bit in a holding pattern at this point, waiting to see if the legislature comes forward to help out. Just a few other things I want to mention on well, first of all, just to kind of close the loop on COVID-19, you're all familiar that the governor issued a new guidance around facial coverings. And today, as actually on my way in, as I grabbed my cup of coffee because I left my thermos in the kitchen, I was in line with my face covering because I think today is the first day when you're in a public space where there's an expectation that you're wearing a face covering. There were a number of folks in the line who didn't have them, and they were getting informed about the new issue. So we will all be going through that adjustment. And I think that is directly in response to some of the increasing numbers that we're starting to see as we reopen. So hopefully that will help ameliorate some of those numbers. I do want to say that for the state agencies, we are, again, because we are not open to the public, and because we do not have the same kind of exposure and interactions that you might see in a grocery store or in a cafe or a restaurant, we are not requiring face masks within our offices. That said, we certainly are not discouraging anyone to use them, and we do have staff who use them. I've brought mine today, and we certainly are continue to emphasize social distancing within our space. So at this point, because our offices are not open in the traditional sense, we're not requiring masks for our staff, but it's certainly encouraging them. There are some state agencies that are going to be requiring masks, and those tend to be agencies like DMV and others, where they have direct and frequent customer service responsibilities, and that reopening those services are important to the public. And so knowing that there'll be that high level of interaction, you'll see those types of agencies, staff wearing masks and requesting that the public that they work with do the same. Couple more comments and then I'll wrap up. In listening to your feedback and comments, commissioners, I do think that what we've been going through with COVID-19 and with the Black Lives Matter and the equity issues that we're seeing and are at the same time show us how fragile and how resilient we are. And the line between those two can be pretty thin sometimes. And I do think that that it does create a lot of opportunity for us to examine how we go about our business and what we focus on as an agency. With respect to equity, I want to emphasize that this has been a priority for Governor Brown from the get-go. And what we're seeing happen around Oregon and around the country and the world is something that the governor is taking very seriously and has really redoubled her direction to state agencies around the importance of equity, inclusion, and diversity in how we go about our business, how we recruit for staff, and how we interface with the public that we serve. I want to put that on your radar screen because we are, the management team, the executive team and the management team have begun renewing our conversations around this issue. I feel strongly that we need to dig deeper on this issue than we have in the past. This is not a check the box exercise for us. It's something we need to think about with due seriousness and think about how we can approach our work in a way that with greater awareness and understanding of underserved populations, and in a way that really emphasizes inclusion. I think some of the comments from commissioners around public health concerns and water supply concerns for communities is something that we might want to think about as we go forward. I know we don't have sole control over those issues because of the way we're structured, but I do think there are some things that are worth us talking about and thinking about as we go forward. So I just, again, want to put that out there for all of you, that these are going to be issues that we'll be talking about more going forward, certainly at the staff level, and we may be looking for opportunities to have some conversations around these at the commission level as well. So there's a lot. There's a lot in the air. There's a lot, and it's not just COVID-19, thankfully. And I think that I'm grateful to have you all as commissioners, because I do think this is a time for thoughtful leadership, and certainly appreciate how you approach your business and look forward to the conversations that we have ahead of us. So I'll wrap up with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Any commissioners have any follow-up with Tom? I'm not seeing any hands raised. Tom, I had one question about what's your, I was thinking about the office being closed to the public, and whether you're hearing any feedback about what kind of impacts that has from the public perspective. I mean, are the staff still able to assist people pretty effectively, even though they're not coming in physically to the office?
Yeah, I think so. It's been an adjustment for everybody, and there are a lot of folks who don't want to come in, right? But our traditional foot traffic has been either local at our local field offices or here in Salem, where occasionally folks will want to come by and ask a question to get some clarification on a program. Or probably more likely to drop off an application for a permit or a transfer or what have you. To me, that's also an indicator of an objective that we need to move on to provide more of a digital opportunities for these applications. That we're behind on that, and our modernization under the strategic plan can, I think, help us capitalize on that. But I'm not hearing feedback from staff that folks are complaining. We do provide opportunities for face-to-face meeting. We just ask people to give us a call, let us know that they are interested in that, and then we can accommodate that, making sure that we continue to practice the social distancing. And we've had that come up on occasion where we've had meetings here at Salem or and potentially in other offices where folks have wanted to have a face-to-face meeting. Commissioner, I don't know if Commissioner Reeves, I don't know if Commissioner Mall had a question.
Joe, do you have a question?
I do. I forgot it was something I wanted to comment on earlier, but especially given the climate, I'm surprised at how little media attention it's gotten. But the Supreme Court, the U.S. Supreme Court ruling on Monday about choosing not to hear the appeal on, what was it, Bailey?
Yeah.
Seems pretty monumental. A finality, at least on some of those questions at the federal level. My understanding was there's still some outstanding question relative to state statute. I'm curious if you all already have an indication, one, of what shift in workload that may require of water resources staff, but two, whether or not that finality and on that thread at least will provide some impetus for people to get back to the table, so to speak, and find some more collaborative approaches in the Klamath Basin.
Thank you, Commissioner Mall. I appreciate you mentioning that. I was supposed to mention that, so I'm glad that you got that on the radar screen. For those of you who may not be familiar with the Bailey case, this was a case that sprung out of the 2001 crisis in the Klamath Basin, where the Bureau of Reclamation essentially shut down water delivery to the project irrigators to supply water for Endangered Species Act needs. And the takings case in this case is a property takings case, not a ESA takings, to be clear. It wound its way through the different courts, went through the Federal Court of Claims at the district level and the Court of Appeals. The district and the Court of Appeals essentially ruled, in a nutshell, that the tribal reserved rights and the needs there prevailed, and that there were no takings claims because of those senior tribal claims. That, again, as Commissioner Mall mentioned, the Supreme Court declined to take that issue up, which does make that Court of Appeals decision the final word on this. What implications that has for the Klamath Basin is difficult to decipher, quite honestly. We certainly that angle in terms of a federal takings case is done, but there are many other chapters that are playing out right now, many of which we're involved in and implicated in with the recent lawsuits in Marion Circuit Court associated with demands that we take control over the management of water in the project area. There's also federal lawsuits that are still pending. Again, the Klamath Irrigation District has a federal suit in federal court arguing some similar themes that we're seeing in the state court in terms of demanding that the Bureau manage the resource based on state water law rather than through the lens of the Federal Endangered Species Act. So I don't know that we're at a point now where that decision is going to be a catalyst to bring people to the table to start having some meaningful dialogue. I would love it if that were the case. That would be great, I think, for the broader community. But my sense is that we're not quite there yet.
Thank you, Tom. Any other questions? I am not seeing anyone with questions. So let's move to the next agenda item, which is consideration of the exceptions and issuance of final order in the matter of the proposed cancellation of water rights certificates 2366 and 22086. This is a request for action following a contested case hearing, so the record is closed and we won't be taking any public or party comment on this. And I'm going to turn the screen over, I think the screen over to Dwight French to present on this. Sorry, and Patricia is also presenting. Patricia McCarty. Sorry, I didn't read that fully. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair Reeves and members of the Commission. Good morning. My name is Dwight French, and I'm the Water Rights Services Division Administrator. I think Patricia is going to introduce herself.
And I'm Patricia McCarty, Protest Program Coordinator. I work in the Water Rights Services Division.
Today, Patricia and I, and mostly Patricia, is going to present for you some background on the water right cancellation process. Occasionally, this process requires that a final decision go before the Commission, and today we have one that is ready to be before you. Patricia will give you some general background on the process and how it works, and then walk you through this particular issue and make a recommendation for your action.
Ready? Can you see the slide? Okay. Okay, I am going to give you some background on cancellations, and I'll start with terminology, then authority, and then process. During this presentation, I'll be using the terms proponent and protestant. The proponents of cancellation are those people who have submitted sworn affidavits alleging non-use of a water right. Protestants are the owners of the land, the certificate owners, described in the water right, who have protested the proposed cancellation. A water right can be canceled if all or part of the right has not been used for 5 successive years. When a water right is canceled, the water that was the subject of use reverts to the public and becomes available again for appropriation. The statute provides a number of circumstances in which failure to use a right is not cause for cancellation. Providing evidence of a circumstance rebuts a presumption of forfeiture. Anyone seeking a cancellation has 15 years from the end of a period of non-use to file affidavits with the department. A period of non-use ending more than 15 years before affidavits are filed is one of the rebuttals to a presumption of forfeiture. When the department receives complete affidavits from at least 2 individuals, a notice of proposed cancellation is sent to the owners of the land covered by the certificate. If only a part of the certificate is alleged to be forfeited, The notice goes to the owners of that part of the certificate. When there are multiple owners, each owner must file a protest or their part of the certificate is canceled. When at least one owner files a protest, a hearing must be held. The department is not a party in the hearing. The burden is on the proponents and the protestants. The parties can present live witnesses, expert testimony, and documents to make their case. The proponents must present evidence that persuades the ALJ that non-use of a 5-year period is more likely true than not. The protestants can present evidence to rebut the proponent's evidence. At the conclusion of the hearing, the ALJ issues a proposed order that contains findings of fact based on the evidence, conclusions of law, and a recommended action for the department. The parties can file exceptions to the proposed order to be considered by the department as part of the final order. In this case, 4 affidavits were received asserting non-use of 2 certificates. The water rights are located south of Ashland, a few miles from the border with California. The period of non-use asserted in the affidavits was from 1997 to 2016, a period of 19 years. Tax lot 300 is owned and occupied by Ms. Winter. Tax lot 302, an undeveloped lot, is owned by Lucher Land LLC. This illustration approximates the location of the 2 certificates on the 2 tax lots. The 2 owners, Winter to the north and Lucher to the south, each have a portion of both certificates on their property. Certificate 2366 is an irrigation right and now spans more than 5 tax lots. It's a 1915 right, covering a portion of Winter's and Lucher's properties. Certificate 22086 is a mostly supplemental irrigation right, a 1953 right, and is located nearly entirely on Winter's property. The points of diversion for both certificates are south of both properties on land owned by others. A notice of proposed partial cancellation was issued November 20th, 2017. Winter, the owner of tax lot 300, protested. Lucher, the owner of tax lot 302, did not protest. There was a 2-day hearing in April of 2019, and the ALJ issued a proposed order. The proposed order found that the proponents did not prove non-use by a preponderance of the evidence. The proponents filed exceptions. In light of the exceptions and errors in the order, OWRD issued an amended proposed order on November 1st, 2019. The amended proposed order adopted the finding that the proponents did not prove non-use, but concluded that because Lucher, the owner of tax lot 302, did not protest, cancellation of certificate 22086 on that property was required pursuant to the cancellation rules, Division 17. In addition, because Winter, the owner of tax lot 300, had agreed earlier that certificate 2366 had not been used on her land and Lucher did not protest, the amended proposed order found that the portion of certificate 2366 corresponding to both tax lots should be canceled. Proponents disagreed with the adoption of the finding that they did not prove non-use by a preponderance of the evidence. They argued that the evidence did show non-use between April 1997 and April 2002. Without addressing the evidence of non-use for that period, the department's final order concludes that the end of that period, April 2002, is more than 15 years before the affidavits were filed, and therefore rebuts any evidence of non-use in that period. The final order adopts the amended proposed order and addresses the exceptions. Winter had agreed that there had been no use on her land of certificate 2366, so that portion of 2366 is canceled. Because Lucher did not protest, the portion of both certificates on tax lot 302 is canceled. No other portions of the certificates are canceled. New certificates for the portions of the rights remaining will be issued once the final order is signed. This picture illustrates which portion of each certificate is canceled. The gray color represents the canceled portions. Winter protested, Lucher did not. Winter admitted certificate 2366 was not used on her property, So 2366 is being canceled on tax lot 300. The gray indicating cancellation is under the yellow of certificate 22086. 22086 is not being canceled on tax lot 300 because non-use was not proved by a preponderance of the evidence or was more than 15 years before the affidavits were received. Lucher did not protest, so both certificates are being canceled on tax lot 302. The gray indicates where 2366 and a sliver of 22086 are being canceled. There are two alternatives for you to consider. The first is to issue the final order included as attachment 7, canceling the portion of certificate 2366 located within tax lots 300 and 302 and canceling the portion of certificate 22086 located within tax lot 302 and direct the department to issue certificates confirming the portions of certificate 2366 and 22086 not canceled. The second is to request the administrative law judge to conduct further hearings as specified by the commission. The department recommends the commission adopt alternative 1.
So let's see. I'm trying to.
So commissioners, this is Dwight. I just wanted to make sure you understood. If you have any questions, make sure to ask us about them. I know this is, I believe, the first time that any of you all have had a cancellation matter before you. And this one is kind of an interesting one because it involves a couple of users or non-users in this case, and a couple of water rights, 4 affidavits. There's just a lot, kind of going on, a lot of little nuances that we've tried to describe to you. But if you have any questions, we'd be happy to entertain them.
Dwight, can you hear me?
Yes.
That's Commissioner Reeves. I had a couple. I had a couple of what I think are clarifying questions. In one of the last slides, there was one of the facts was that parts of 2366 were not being canceled, and I'm assuming I thought all of 300 or the 2 tax lots that were an issue. I thought 2366 was being canceled on both of those lots. Is that?
So, Patricia, could you go back to the last picture? There you go.
So when you say that the part of 2366 that's not being canceled, you mean the parts that were not disputed in this contested case hearing, basically?
That's right.
Okay. And then one other question. What happened to the stock watering? Wasn't there stock watering on one of these certificates?
Yes, and that is on tax lot 302 and is being canceled.
Oh, it's only on 302.
Yeah.
It's not on.
There's a 0.86 acres of irrigation on tax lot 302 and stock watering.
Okay. Oh, and 300 did not have any stock watering?
Correct.
Okay. So, wait a minute. So certificate 22086 only allowed stock watering on that sliver on 302?
No, actually, the sliver on 302 was supplemental irrigation.
Okay.
And the stock watering location was down further into tax lot 302.
Okay. So what remains is irrigation on 300, irrigation and supplemental irrigation on 300.
Correct.
And everything. Okay. Everything else is canceled. Okay. Other commissioners with questions? I can't really see I can't see all of you because of the screen. How can I make? All right, that's better. Now I can see. Let me just go through each commissioner. Joe, do you have questions?
I do. I'm a little hesitant to ask it because it is a question about motivation that I don't understand where this, quite frankly, is coming from, given the history, and perhaps it's not relevant to this particular discussion, but quite a bit of time and expense is being spent on something that's a relatively small body of water. And I'm curious what the dynamic, I couldn't suss out from the background materials, quite frankly, what is driving this? So if that's not a question to be answered, just consider it a comment.
Part of what occurred between the landowners were issues of access to the sources. As I mentioned, the points of diversion were on other people's property, and access to the spring that is the source of water for 22086 was relevant in this circumstance.
Commissioner Mall, this is Tom Byler. I just want to add that the intent or motivations of any affiant, anyone who submits an affidavit on this, is not part of our review at all, as you were suggesting. So it's not something that has any bearing on our responsibilities of working through the allegations, and you are correct that these can be seemingly relatively small increments of water, and but can take a significant amount of staff time and expense to work through these issues.
Yeah, thank you for the explanation of access. That helps.
Okay, let's see. When I'm sharing a screen, it's not as easy to see all of you. Kathy, do you have any questions?
No, at this point I do not. I like the clarification that, motivation is not something that we have to suss out or play with in determining this. And as it was hard to read the words and figure out what was going on, I like the graphics because they help explain what's going on a lot better, and that cleared it up for me.
Okay, thank you.
Meg, you are muted.
Oh, thank you.
There you go.
Yeah, I was going to say, Bob and Bruce, I can see you both. I know that Eric has a question. If either of you have questions, if you want to literally raise your hand and let me know that'd be good. Okay, so first Eric and then Bob. It looks like Bruce does not have a question at this point. Okay, Eric, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a small question on the certificate 22086 in the paragraph 1 of the background. It says it's proposed to be canceled for non-use, was from Dollarhide Spring for irrigation and supplemental irrigation. So my understanding is the supplemental isn't additive to another right. It's in place of another right that can't be met from a source. Is that correct?
I think that's a question for Dwight.
Well, I'm not sure if I understand the question. I'm sorry about that, Commissioner Quince.
So that, I guess if it's for irrigation and supplemental irrigation, is the supplemental part of that certificate goes to meet an irrigation need if another source of water can't meet the need as intended? Is that what's going on there?
Well, Madam Chair Reeves and Commissioner Quimps, that is generally how primary and supplemental water rights work. A supplemental water right, and I'm not sure if this is what you're getting at, but I think it might be that a supplemental water right really is of no use if there is no primary. Is that the kind of the point you were trying to get at?
Yes, you said it much more succinctly than I did. Thank you.
Okay.
And
Okay.
just a comment, I understand we're not talking about a great amount of water. That occurred to me as well. Does strike me though that, you know, the process is important to stakeholders, the water right holders. And I don't know if in the future, through some other rules, maybe smaller amounts are dealt with administratively and those are reported to the commission. If there's any appropriate threshold to identify, just something to consider for the future. Thank you.
Commissioner Baumgartner, did you have a question?
There we go.
Oh, yeah.
I was having motor issues with the small screen. Actually, similar to Commissioner Moll, I hesitated whether we even wanted to touch on this because it's really only tangential to the issue. But I just found it was interesting that the administrative rule cites or refers to the department and really doesn't allow much discretion if there's non-use or if there's not contested that the department then must take an action. The statute itself speaks to the commission and says the commission may take an action. I'm just wondering if there's any subtle difference between how the administrative rule limits the discretion of the department. Does that also then limit the discretion of the commission, or in a different situation would the commission have more discretion?
So, Madam Chair Reeves and Commissioner Baumgartner, it's our understanding that the commission, in terms of their kind of discretion, would be to, in this particular case, either agree with cancellation or send the matter back to the department for, additional work or additional hearing if you felt that for one reason or another there were some issues that needed to be further explored. I don't know, Patricia or Tom, do you agree with that characterization? Or
this is Tom. Certainly, the commission has that ability to be able to essentially remand the decision back. Maybe a clarifying question for Commissioner Baumgartner. Are you, when you're speaking of the limit of commission discretion, are you speaking specifically to the instance of where a water right holder who does not protest is where we've limited our discretion, the commission's limited its discretion by rule compared to the statute? Is that the instance you're speaking of, or are you speaking more broadly?
No, I was speaking, I'm sorry. Thank you, Tom. I was speaking in the narrow case of just the terminology that's very narrow in the decision of if somebody did not protest, then the administrative rule says you must take this action, or the department must take an action. But the statute reads that the commission may take that action.
Yeah, if I may speak to that a little bit, we've noted that as well. And the statute is more permissive than the rule. Of course, the commission very well may have, when this rule was adopted that we're speaking of in, I believe, 1990, may have exercised its discretion, ironically, by limiting it by rule. And that is the law that we have that we're working with now, but it is it's an interesting policy question that to wrestle with. And we have not had the time to be able to look at the history on that to get a sense of what the commission's thought process was at the time when they adopted that rule. But it would be interesting to know if we could find that.
Okay, I had one additional follow-up. I don't think it is necessarily something in play in this particular case, but I just wonder, when the department gets affidavits of cancellation, does it do any independent look at the affidavits before it sends out the notice of proposed, what is it called? Notice of proposed cancellation? You know, to kind of assess any of the underlying assertions there. I just don't know what the practice is.
This is Patricia. We are directed to assess the completeness of the affidavits. We also, in reading the affidavits, we attempt to determine whether what is being asserted as forfeited is clear. So understandability in terms of the truth of whether use occurred or not. We don't look at that. There's no direction as to how to assess that.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Reeves.
Yes, Renee.
Commissioners, I just wanted to point out that even though the quantities of water are small, small quantities of water can be very important to the persons who are using them. And in the absence of any evidence to the contrary of an affidavit, if the department receives a protest and they don't have any independent knowledge of the matters asserted in the affidavit of non-use, it has been the policy to have an evidentiary record developed as to the facts pertaining to the affidavits of non-use in a formal proceeding where an audio record is made and a clear record is made, because these are significant interests and the department wants to make sure that whatever action it takes is based on a fully developed evidentiary record. And in many cases, the department does not have any independent information to verify whether or not an affidavit is accurate or not. And so the policy assures that a full evidentiary record is made before the department acts. I hope that that clarifies some of the questions you had.
Yeah, thank you. There was clearly a full record made here. I just was wondering what kind of background work might happen first, but I think your response and Patricia's clarifies that. So let me see. I can't see all of you. Can we take the shared screen down for a minute just so I can see the whole commission? Thank you. So do any commissioners, and you could let me know by literally raising your hand physically or Eric electronically, anybody have any further questions or comments before we take a motion on this matter? Okay, I do not see any hands up. And in that case, can I get a motion for action? The alternatives are on page 4 of the staff report.
Okay.
Yes, Kathy.
I move that we issue the final
Oops. Darn.
located within tax lots 300 and 302 and canceling a portion of water rights certificate 22086 located within tax lot 302 and direct the department to issue certificates confirming the portions of certificate 2366 and 22086 not canceled.
Thank you, Kathy. You know what? I'm gonna repeat your motion just because we lost you for a little sliver of time. Your screen froze. It was like the worst timing. So I'm gonna go ahead and it's been moved that we issue the final order included as attachment 7 to the staff report, canceling the portion of water rights certificate 2366 located within tax lots 300 and 302, and canceling the portion of water rights certificate 22086 located within tax lot 302, and directing the department to issue certificates confirming the portions of certificate 2366 and 22086 not canceled. And can I get a second on Kathy's motion?
Madam Chair, I second the motion.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Thank you, Bruce. Any further discussion? Please raise your hand if you have any further discussion. All right, I'm going to go ahead and take the roll. Commissioner Mall,
Yes.
Commissioner Kihara,
Yes.
Commissioner Baumgartner,
Yes.
Commissioner Corn,
Yes.
Commissioner Quemps.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. And Commissioner Reeves says yes. And the motion carries. Thank you, Dwight and Patricia. Yes, Tom.
Thanks, Chair Reeves. I don't want to belabor this. I appreciate the discussion by commissioners. I just want to clarify for the record a statement that I made that I feel was maybe perceived as a little insensitive, where I mentioned this was a small amount of water and a lot of process associated with it, a lot of expense for staff. That is true. But that said, comments were made that I agree with, that these rights, however small, can be very important to the users. And I certainly acknowledge that. And I'm a big believer in due process. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record.
Joe, please.
Thanks. Yeah. And in that same vein, I hope my inquiry is recognized as concern about how we're integrating the use of land and water. And that it seems to me, from very arm's length with very little familiarity of history, that this is exactly the kind of situation where having OWRD staff on the ground with capacity to meet with affected landowners and see if there's a way to attend to some underlying issues, whether it's access or something else, so that certainly due process and important water rights and land use rights can be maintained, but perhaps in a way that isn't as, I don't know, perhaps in a more productive way in my mind. So I just think of it in terms of our larger discussion of what an integrated water resource strategy means.
Thank you, Joe and Tom. I'm just debating about a break. I'd like to take a break either now or after the next agenda item. So commissioners, raise your hand if you'd like to take a break now. All right, let's take a break now. We'll be back in 10 minutes. We're doing well in terms of our schedule. So let's start up again at 10:10 on the dot. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, it is 10:10. Time to resume. Nirvana, can you hear me? I'm doing a sound check.
Yes, Meg, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Took me just a minute to get my notes
I know.
off
That's all right.
and get the meeting started again. So
Right.
yes, I'm here.
Okay, great, thanks. Okay, so let's start up again. Looks like we have everybody I can see is back anyway. So this agenda item is request for adoption of rules related to dam safety. And we have Keith, Tony, Breeze, and Raquel presenting on this. So have at it.
Good morning. For the record, Raquel Rancière, Policy Manager with the Oregon Water Resources Department. I'm joined here today with, let's go ahead and just get it on the record. Keith, can you introduce yourself? Okay, we'll go to Tony.
Hi, my name's Tony Janisek. I'm a civil engineer in the dam safety section with the department.
Okay, and Breeze?
Hi, everybody. I'm Breeze Potter. I'm a water policy analyst in the director's office. I support the department in the areas primarily of rules coordination and IWRS coordination.
Okay, and I just want to go back to Keith just to make sure we have him on here before we get moving along. Keith.
Keith Mills, state engineer, and I supervise the dam safety program.
Okay, great. Thank you. So today we're going to be talking about the Division 20 rulemaking, which is our dam safety rules. And Keith, can you go to the next slide, please? Specifically, I will talk briefly about House Bill 2085, which is just to remind you all that in 2019, we passed comprehensive legislation related to our dam safety program. Keith will then go over the jurisdiction of the program in terms of the dams that we regulate. And then we'll discuss changes to the dam safety program and rules. Tony will do that overview, along with the rulemaking process and public comments that were received. And then they'll go through the alternatives and recommendations, as this is a action item for the commission to consider adoption of the proposed amendments to the Division 20 rules. And then finally, Keith would like to say some acknowledgements. Next slide. So you may recall in 2019, House Bill 2085 was really the first modernization that we'd had of our dam safety statutes, which were passed in 1929. There were a few minor changes to the statutes between 1929 and 2019, but for the most part, they were relatively unchanged. As a result, we had a number of areas where we saw as gaps from a regulatory standpoint. So really the statutes and the new statutes and this proposed rulemaking provide us with tools to address maintenance and safety issues in order to, again, pursue our charge, which is to protect people, property, and infrastructure through the safety of dams. And part of that is with the statute, we received authority to engage in where dams were unsafe or potentially unsafe and needing action. We could engage in a cooperative approach with the owners of the dams, or we could also engage in informal resolution. In addition, the statute provided further clarity about how to undertake corrective actions and also provided us with authority for injunctions, which we did not previously have before. In addition, it also authorized us to require an owner to take maintenance actions, another authority that we didn't previously have. So as a reminder, our prior authorities before this statute were really around, we were required to set a hearing if a dam was unsafe. And that was really the only tool we had to address any issues at dams, which really meant that we had to wait for them to be in a really significant condition for us to be able to move forward with any actions. In addition, the statute also addressed some general authorities that were missing from the dam safety statutes, as well as identified actions to be undertaken if there was an emergency at a dam. And then it also clarified our jurisdiction of which dams we actually regulate. And it also included provisions clarifying our regulation of modifications to dams, particularly as they pertain to designs for those modifications and approving those designs before a dam is modified. It also clarified the owner's responsibilities and specified the owner responsibilities and provided us with authority to require removal plans. That is something that we did not previously have as well, was the authority to oversee and make sure that dam removals were being done in a safe manner. And then also there was no civil penalties associated with this program. So we were essentially in the, either we had to go to a formal enforcement hearing or we had to say, please, can you fix your dam? And there was really not a lot in between for us on that. I'll also note just two things that are really important in understanding the structure of these statutes is we do have unsafe and potentially unsafe are two categories in terms of the condition of a dam and what kind of action we can undertake. And then also, and they'll get more into that as we go through this presentation, but it's important to note that a lot of the authorities are specific to significant and high hazard dams, although there is some authority around low hazard dams. And Keith will remind us all what a high and significant hazard dam are shortly here. This statute is operative July 1st, 2020. So we are working on getting these rules adopted with that in mind. So I'm going to go ahead and advance to the next slide. And I believe this is where I turn it over to Keith. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Raquel. Wanted to remind the commission of two recent dam safety presentations that we made. We presented the current rules to the commission in 2015 rulemaking, and those were under the old authorities. And we also provided an update to the commission on the dam safety program in 2018. Wanted to talk a little bit about the dams subject to the dam safety rules in Oregon, what our jurisdiction is. It's dams at least 10 feet high and storing over 3 million gallons of water. And that hasn't changed since the previous statutes. The statutes apply to dams storing water and wastewater. That was our interpretation before, but both the rules and the statute are clear on that. And we also have a limited role in federal dams that's now clarified, mostly a role in emergency inspections and emergency assistance. We have about 950 dams that we regulate, the dam safety program regulates around the state. This slide shows the high hazard dams and significant hazard dams. And that's a hazard rating is a very important term. And so I want to remind you that it's based on the condition, not based on the condition of the dam, but the consequences if the dam were to fail catastrophically. And we have three hazard ratings. They are high hazard, which is a dam that if it were to fail, the department expects loss of life. There's a significant hazard dam, which means the department does not expect loss of life, but major damage to property, private property or infrastructure is expected. And then all other dams that this dam safety program regulates are rated low hazard. And we don't expect serious impacts from those dams if people are in locations we expect them to be. At the present time, there are 76 state regulated dams that are high hazard, 151 dams that are significant hazard, and 728 dams that are low hazard. These can change as the program reviews and formally analyzes hazard rating. And now I'm going to turn this over to Tony Janasek. Tony is our dam safety civil engineer and program coordinator, and he's been with the program since 2016.
Thank you, Keith. Listed on this slide are aspects of the dam safety program affected by the rule changes. These changes and how they affect each one of these areas of the program are going to be described in the following slides. Designs for new dams. Rules for most aspects of new dam construction were adopted in 2015. Therefore, there were not significant changes to this portion of the rules. However, there are two new areas. The rules now also apply to increases to dam height, and the proposed rules specify a fee for reviewing dam designs. The fee is based on the actual time spent on reviewing the design, and a cap is provided to limit the maximum that can be charged. The fee only applies to new construction and increasing the height of a dam and is not applied to other modifications.
Tony, may I interrupt you?
Hazard rating.
You might
Sure.
want to remind Keith to forward the presentation because I think it's, we need to be on the next
sure.
slide.
Yeah, Keith, next slide. Yep, that's it. So hazard rating. The existing rules already describe how hazard rating is determined. However, updates were needed to better reflect current technical practices. The proposed rules clarify aspects of the existing rules to better reflect the current standards. Dam inspections. Much of this portion of the proposed rules was carried over from the existing rules. However, the proposed rules now include provisions relating to written correspondence with the dam owner following a dam inspection. Specifically, the proposed rules clarify the process for communicating with the dam owner through a written inspection summary describing recommended and needed maintenance actions. Next slide. Condition for high and significant hazard dams. HB 2085 defined two terms related to the condition of a dam: unsafe and potentially unsafe. The proposed rules specify the conditions for which these terms apply. Corrective and maintenance actions. When a dam is declared unsafe or potentially unsafe, corrective actions are needed. The proposed rules clarify the process for notifying and working with a dam owner regarding needed corrective and maintenance actions. They also clarify the actions to be taken when necessary corrective and maintenance actions are unaddressed. In the past, when a dam was determined to be unsafe prior to any safety actions being taken, a hearing was required. This occurred whether the dam owner requested a hearing or not. HB 2085 still provides the dam owner with the opportunity for a hearing, but requires a hearing only if requested by the dam owner. The proposed rules describe this process in detail and are now consistent with the Administrative Procedures Act. The proposed rules also provide for voluntary informed cooperation instead of a formal hearing and order. Next slide. Modifications to existing dams. HB 2085 provided needed clarity on modification to dams. The proposed rules clarify the requirements for plans and specifications for modifications that are to be approved by the department. The proposed rules also specify changes that are considered to be modifications. Finally, the rules provide guidance on when water can be impounded during construction work. Removal of dams. The previous statute did not authorize any formal actions related to dam removal. The new law requires submittal of a removal plan for high and significant hazard dams, and when necessary, hiring of an engineer to ensure the dam is removed in a manner that protects life, property, and infrastructure. The proposed rules clarify the process and requirements for removal of a dam. Next slide. Incident response and emergency planning. Emergency action plans were required for existing high hazard dams by the 2017 legislature. HB 2085 provided the department with additional authorities related to the inspection, communication, and actions to be taken in the event of a dam emergency. The proposed rules describe specific actions required of dam owners and authorities granted to the department. Civil penalties. The proposed rules outline the schedule for assessing civil penalties and provide the department with a process to remit civil penalties under certain circumstances. I believe the presentation is now going on to Breeze Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Tony. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. Today I'll be walking you through the rulemaking process for Division 20, public comments received and the department response and the director's recommendation. So on this slide, we kind of have a timeline of the rulemaking process. There were 4 Rules Advisory Committee or RAC meetings for this rulemaking. The RAC discussed both the proposed rules and the fiscal impact statement. Many members of this RAC also participated in the RAC for dam safety rules developed in 2015. A complete list of RAC members is contained in attachment 2 of your materials. The first notice of proposed rulemaking appeared in the March 2020 bulletin and scheduled several public hearings. Due to COVID-19, those hearings were had to be canceled, and an amended notice appeared in the May bulletin with information for a remotely hosted public rules hearing, which was scheduled for May 28th. The department also took this opportunity to update the second notice in response to comments received before refiling. This slide shows a list of the public comments received. The department received 8 written public comments from 7 commenters. Most comments recognize the need for modernization of the dam safety rules, and you can review the full public comments in attachment 5 of your materials. Next slide, please. So after careful consideration of public comments received and independent staff review, the department made minor edits to grammar, punctuation, capitalization, and citations throughout the rules. The department also made substantive changes in order to increase clarity and readability and more closely align the rules with statutory language. Attachment 6 has a summary of comments received and the department responses to each of those comments. Next slide. So this slide is the list of all the substantive changes made as a result of public comments and also of a final staff review of the proposed rules. The department staff closely compared the proposed rules and enabling statutes to ensure the rules were within statutory authority. Some modifications to the rules resulted from this review, and other changes are in response to comments which identified rules that lacked clarity. For example, in response to comments and staff review of Section 180, the department revised the rule to more closely mirror the statutory language. The department also made changes to sections 400, 410, and 420 based upon comments that those sections were duplicative and confusing. The department removed the proposed rule 410. You can see it's struck out on your list here, and combined that information with other sections, 400 and 420, further clarifying those sections. Next slide. Oh, I did want to mention that if you would like to review those changes in full, the markup version is contained in attachment 8, and that shows all changes made as a result of public comments and staff review. A clean copy of the rules is contained in attachment 9. So we have 3 alternatives here. The first, adopt the final proposed rules, Oregon Administrative Rules, Chapter 690, Division 20, as contained in attachment 9. The second option, modify and adopt the proposed amended rules in attachment 9 for Oregon Administrative Rules, Chapter 690, Division 20. Or option 3, direct department staff to do further work on the rules and return to a future commission meeting. You could go to the next slide, Keith. The director's recommendation is to, for alternative 1, to adopt the final proposed amended rules, Oregon Administrative Rules, Chapter 690, Division 20, as contained in attachment 9. And if, I guess I'll turn it over to Keith now. He's gonna do some acknowledgements for those that contributed to the development of these rules, and then we'll open up for questions from the commissioners.
Yes, thank you, Breeze. There were a lot of parties that contributed to developing the statute and the rules. I'd like to give thank yous to those. These are a big change for our department, and they will make us very close to the National Model Dam Safety Program. So first, would like to thank the legislature and the governor for House Bill 2085 and the support for that. The Rule Advisory Committee spent 4 meetings with us, going through a lot of detail and gave us a lot of really good feedback. The Association of State Dam Safety Officials and FEMA have supported our program both with training and with funding. I really want to thank the department for all its support and to devoting the time that it took to develop these statute and the rules. And most importantly, I really want to thank Raquel, our policy manager. These would not have happened without her amazing effort on this, meeting with stakeholders and the legislatures and getting this bill and the rules through. So that's just my greatest thank to all these people.
Okay, thank you to all of you presenters. I'm looking at Kathy, Bob, Joe, and Bruce to see if I see any hands up there. Bruce, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is really good. This is something we've talked about for several years off and on, of the weaknesses and things that needed to happen. My question is about staffing, especially in the light of budget cuts and budget shortfalls. The rules are only as good as staffing we have to carry out the new rules, the old rules, or any rules. And maybe this is to Keith. With these new rules, is he, in the staff he has, is he going to be able to do what needs to be done? Or is there a glaring deficiency in staffing to be able to get around in a timely manner to those of high risk and those that need attention, and then to consequently develop action plans?
Chair Reeves, Commissioner Corn, if I may, and Keith, you can tag on to this. The agency has continuously been concerned about resources for our dam safety program. This is a really important program. You'll see in the agenda item later today for the legislative and budget update that we actually ranked our dam safety program package is #1 out of all of the policy option packages. We also had worked with the governor's office, and we really appreciate their efforts during the 2020 session to include funding for our dam safety program, which, as you know, did not end up going through when this short session ended. And so there's been continuous work on it. We've also been applying for the FEMA High Hazard Dam Rehabilitation Program grants, and we did receive some funding through that program. There's not a lot. It's 10 million for all of the states nationally, so we get a fraction of that. But we've continued to, we applied for that last year. We did receive some of that funding, and that is helping to support a position as well as do some other work for the dam safety program. In addition, we have again, we're working to apply for that for this round. We've also been working with Western States Water Council on talking with them about broader support at the federal level for dam safety programs. So we've definitely been taking actions to try to find resources as well as to advocate for dam safety funding, both at the state level and nationally. So yes, it is a concern that we do have. I think the fact of the matter is these rules do provide us with tools that we didn't have before, which will be helpful to us. But certainly the resources are a concern for us, and we will continue to do the best that we can with those resources while also looking for additional resources.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a real concern of. So when you talked about the one in
Commissioner Corn, I can't quite hear you.
Position or any.
Bruce, you were breaking up during that question.
Yeah,
Wanna try
okay.
that?
And I didn't hear anything. Yeah, I was just wondering, you mentioned about, I think it was the federal position being funded. And I was wondering if that was a new position or just maintain the positions we have.
Chair Reeves, Commissioner Corn. So we receive funding from the FEMA Dam Safety grant assistance to the states. That goes to fund the positions that we have, 2 of the positions that we have within the dam safety program, in addition to the dam safety fees, as well as general fund dollars. In addition, the grant program, the FEMA High Hazard Dam Potential Grant Program, that one we've received funding, and we have a position that we have funded as we've been able to. It's a limited duration kind of position. Previously our dam safety intern. So it's been ongoing, but it's not a permanently funded position in that respect. But that is what the FEMA grant funding for the high hazard dam grant program has helped provide some assistance to keep that position on board.
Thank you.
So it's not really additional resources, at least it doesn't feel like it, but it's better than losing that position.
Certainly, because you're pretty thin already, I think, because I understand from past presentations that it's just really could use some more people, really. Thank you.
So Joe, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Chair Reeves and Commissioners. Immediate follow-up to one of Bruce's questions. I'm curious, I can imagine some of the dynamics that led to it, but I'm curious and a little skeptical of the cap that's placed in rule on the fees. Am I understanding that correctly? If fees are one of the ways that we bring FTE and more robust assessment and technical assistance, why would we want to cap that in rule?
Chair Reeves, Commissioner Mull, that's a great question. And the answer is that is the cap that is in the statute. And so we don't have the authority to charge more than that.
Okay. Did I hear or did I read and understand correctly that under the new rule, the dam operator may request a hearing? Not required, but does that mean that downstream landowners below a high hazard dam can't request a hearing independently?
Chair Reeves, Commissioner Mull, that is correct. The way that the statutes are written is if we issue an order, essentially, that order is issued to the individual and they have the opportunity to request a hearing on that order. So that's my recollection. I don't know if Renee has anything else to add to that. And also, as a follow-up to your prior question, I'll also note that we do have, in regards to fees, specifically the annual fee, not the fee for reviews, because we just got that fee in the statute, but the annual fee, that is part of our legislation for 2021, is to increase that annual fee. We'll talk more about that during the legislative and budget update, but we are considering that, which really does support staff. So I don't know, Renee, if you have anything else to add. I remember seeing something in the rules about other parties, and my understanding is that other parties cannot participate in those proceedings.
Renee, I think you're still muted. There you go. Perfect.
Having a little problem with my technical abilities. So I'm not, I think it would be helpful if you explain the particular rule provision you're speaking to. Generally, if a proposed order is issued to a particular person, then they have an opportunity to request a contested case hearing. Under the Administrative Procedures Act, there is a rule that allows persons to seek party status in a contested case proceeding, provided they meet the standards and factors in the rules for asserting an interest. And it's the agency's decision whether or not to allow or deny requests for party status. So it's not, I'm kind of speaking blind here, so I don't know if the rule provision precludes that opportunity, but under the APA, there certainly is that opportunity for persons to request party status.
Chair Reeves and Commissioner, I will point you to 690-020-0460 and specifically the rules under contested case procedure, which Renee, maybe this will help. I just did a quick search. Says only a dam owner or the dam owner's authorized representative may request a contested case hearing and be considered a party in any contested case. So to me, that my understanding is based on how we've written that would limit the party status.
That would, yeah.
Okay.
Is that rule applies to every hearing that happens under this, not just civil penalties?
Chair Reeves, that is correct. This rule, it is 690-020-0460, and it is essentially outlining general procedures for proposed final orders, requests for hearings, as well as the contested case process. And really there's 3 instances that I would see us having a potential contested case hearing. The first one being if we issue a proposed final order requiring an owner to take maintenance actions on a dam. The second one would be if we issued a proposed final order requiring the owner to fix an unsafe or potentially unsafe condition on a dam. And the third scenario would be civil penalties that are specified within the final sections of the rules.
Joe, did you have further questions, or was that?
I did actually.
Okay.
That helps. My final question is for Keith. Keith, you made the comment that this gets us close to the national standard, the national model for the national model dam safety program. I'm curious, especially with the Sanford and Edenville dam failures in Michigan, if that's not a quickly changing set of standards. And I'm just curious, what do we lack, or what would be the next step that we weren't able to accomplish with this?
Yeah, Chair Reeves, members of the commission, we are lacking in the most in staffing to comply with the model dam safety program. I'm actually the national chair of the Model Dam Safety Program Task Force, and we're currently updating that. And so there are some things that, so I want to make clear that these rules help us make dams safer given our very limited staffing. Both the rules and the statute are an improvement, but there's only so much we can do with our staff. But there are no tasks that I see that we put in the rules that would make it more difficult for us to do our job on dam safety.
I had a follow-up on the it's not really about the hearing. It's about a potentially safe or unsafe or potentially unsafe assessment of a dam, basically, and the procedure that follows. I noticed that there's provision for an expedited hearing, but when you have unsafe or potentially unsafe in the same sentence as a contested case hearing, it gets you wondering about, what happened. Is there any provision here that addresses the situation where there's something that really has to happen right away and you really can't wait for a hearing?
Chair Reeves, that's a great question. And that is actually why it was so important for us to get authority in House Bill 2085 for us to be able to obtain an injunction. So we had included the provisions that allowed us to request an expedited hearing, but to your point, even an expedited hearing can take a while. And so we did get within the statutes a provision that does allow us to obtain an injunction if there is, and I'm not going to remember the exact language, but essentially if there is an imminent risk of failure, I think is what it says. And if you give me a second, I can give you the specific language. But that would be another option for us if we needed to proceed with something more quickly.
Okay. I think it's right before the rule you gave us before. It looks like it's in 420. Immediate action to prevent dam failure.
Yes, so it's the Chair Reeves, it's primarily the actual specific provision is in the statute, although we do point to it in the rules. So it's ORS 540-473, which says that in addition to any other available remedies, if the department has information that a person is violating or intends to violate a final order, so that's kind of a separate issue, and this is the key one that I think you're honing in on, or concludes that a dam poses an imminent risk to life, property, or public infrastructure, the department may apply to the circuit court where all or part of the dam is located. I'm skipping the specific there. For a temporary or permanent injunction requiring the person to either refrain from violation of the order, or what you're really asking about is take any actions necessary to remedy an imminent risk to life, property, or public infrastructure. So that's really what our backup is if the hearing process is not going to complete within a timely manner. We do have the injunction ability. Our goal, though, is always to try to get voluntary compliance. And so this statute was also written pretty heavily to allow us to be able to cooperate with the owners and try to collaboratively develop a plan and time frame for correcting these things. But certainly we do have the option of going to a hearing and issuing an order or obtaining an injunction. And then in limited circumstances, it's not for all of the potential violations of the statute, we can also issue civil penalties.
Okay, thank you. Looking to see if we have other hands up here. Do any other commissioners have any comments or further questions? Well, all right then. I think we're
Commissioner Kahara's hand up for a second.
Oh, you did? Oh, all right. Sorry. Kathy, did you have a?
Yeah, just an overall comment. I read through the final version of the rules and was very pleased to see how complete they were. And it felt very familiar after being, in the federal realm and federal dam safety, maintenance, inspections, etc., that these rules and processes very nicely line up with what the federal, Bureau of Reclamation's EAP dam maintenance, dam safety program is. And so I think we're going down the right path.
Thank you.
Yeah, the progression of the attention to the problem, the statute, the rules, which was clearly a ton of work. It seems like great progress. I really appreciate the work you all have done on this. So, and now hopefully the budget situation will get some good news there too. So anyway, I think we are ready for, Commissioner Mall is clapping. I love that feature, the reactions. I think we're ready for a motion. Let's see, where is this motion? The motion would be on page 3.
I move that we adopt the final proposed amended rules, OAR Chapter 690, Division 20, as contained in Attachment 9.
All right, moved by Commissioner Mall. Do we have a second?
This is Bob. I will second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to adopt these rules. And I'm going to take a roll. Commissioner Kihara,
Yes.
Commissioner Baumgartner,
Yes.
Commissioner Mall,
Yes.
Commissioner Corrin,
Yes.
Commissioner Quimps. Eric, you're muted?
Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner Reeves votes yes, and the rules are adopted. Thank you. Thanks to all 4 of you for your work on this. Great job. Okay, so let me get my agenda out here. What is the next agenda item? I think I was writing on my agenda. Here we go. Okay, next agenda item is feasibility study grants, funding recommendations and awards. This item will take a while. Everybody's good with, well, I'm good without a break, and those of you who, the rest of you should feel free to get up and move around if you must during the presentation, but we probably should stay on track here. So this is Kim and Becky presenting.
Yes, good morning, Commissioner Reeves and commissioners. Thank you so much for hearing today the feasibility study grant funding recommendations. I'm Becky Williams, for the record, the grant program coordinator. I will be making the presentation today, and also available is Kim Fritz-Ogren, the manager of the Water Resources Development Program. So we appreciate your time today and hope you are all well. The feasibility study grant funding opportunity, as you may all remember, is the funding opportunity. The funding purpose is to provide funding to evaluate feasibility of a water conservation, reuse, or storage project. The application deadline is traditionally in the fall of each year. This year it was on November 13th, and the funding decisions are made in the spring. Sorry, having a little trouble with my, there we go. The purpose of the feasibility studies is to provide funding to investigate and elicit the answers needed to reach the feasibility study goal. It is also to provide these answers and determine if a project is worth pursuing, and then eventually to prepare for implementation to decide if, when, or how a project might proceed. The application review process, as I indicated, the applications were due in November of 2019. We received those applications and do a completeness check. Then we provide those applications to the application review team. It's a multi-agency review team, and I'm pleased also to indicate that this year we added 2 additional agencies, Department of State Lands and the Oregon Health Authority, to our agency review team. Those representatives from each agency evaluate the applications, determine a fund, do not fund vote. They score, they make the initial funding recommendation. Then we post those funding recommendations online for a 30-day public comment period. Then the commission awards the funding, and that is what we're here for today. In the review of applications, the application review team makes a fund and do not fund vote after they have the opportunity to read and evaluate and then discuss the applications together. The fund or do not fund criteria is based on the following questions. Is the proposal a feasibility study? In other words, is it actually studying the feasibility of a project and making sure that it is not veering too much into implementation actions? Is the proposal ready for funding? The elements here are to assess whether or not there are any missing elements in the application or insufficient details to call into question the ability of the work proposed to achieve the identified goal that the applicant stated for the feasibility study. And then, is water available? Or that question may be a part of this study, and that is sufficient. Those applications that then receive a fund vote, or essentially receive that approval from the application review team that it merits funding, then those applications are scored based on the goal of the study, the water need, the community benefit, and the preponderance of points are within the technical planning and preparedness. The projects are then ranked by score and recommended on funding based on the fund availability. In this year, at the beginning of the funding cycle, we had approximately $2 million available in funding. This cycle, we received 9 applications requesting just under $1.5 million. Out of the applications we received, 4 were to study and investigate conservation work. 4 were on below ground studies, and 1 was on an above ground storage project. You'll see on this slide a list of the applications we received and the project type and the funding requested. These are the total of the 9 applications that we received. The City of Umatilla, Juicy Ditch, Falcon Cove, Gordon Creek, Harney Basin, Pine Creek Reservoir, Staten ASR, Upper John Day, Aquifer Management, and the Westland Irrigation Conservation. Out of those applications we received, the following are the list that are recommended by the application review team for funding. There are 7, the City of Umatilla feasibility study for the hydraulically connected wells, Juicy Reclamation Ditch, Can We Pipe It, Gordon Creek, ASR, Harney Basin Groundwater Market feasibility study, Pine Creek Reservoir feasibility study, Staten ASR, and the Westland Irrigation Conservation Study. 2 applications were not recommended for funding and received a do not fund vote. Those are the Falcon Cove Beach Water District ASR study requesting $10,000 and the Upper John Day Aquifer Management feasibility study requesting just under $400,000. The Upper John Day Aquifer Management feasibility study identified in their application a study goal to assess the groundwater aquifer characteristics of a select area encompassing approximately 258 square miles to determine whether or not it could support active infiltration of surface water at times of surplus. The review team, as they discussed and evaluated this particular application, noted that the study proposes an innovative approach that they were very interested in and an appropriate method. However, there was some concern that it was not clear how the information collected would be used in examining the feasibility of a specific potential project or projects. They indicated the application could be improved by more clearly describing the work needed to connect the study results to future projects. So in other words, tying the study and the study outcomes to which projects and how. The second study or application that received a do not fund vote at this time was the Falcon Cove Beach Water District Aquifer Storage Recovery Study. In this application, the proposal identified a study goal indicating that they wished to identify a specific location where a confined aquifer would be likely. Additionally, they desired to determine if this aquifer could be used for aquifer storage and recovery. The Falcon Cove Beach review team comments on this particular application indicated that the study tasks did not contain a sufficient amount of technical preparedness and detail to demonstrate that the stated goal could be achieved by the proposed study. The review team had concerns that the size of the study scope may be insufficient to achieve the desired outcomes, and that the application would benefit from providing additional details, steps, and explanation as to how that work or what was entailed in that work to complete the study. As I mentioned earlier, the department hosted a 30-day public comment period from March 30th to April 29th. Within that public comment period, we received 10 comments, all on the Falcon Cove Beach Water District ASR study. 4 comments we received were in support of funding that feasibility study application. And we received 6 comments in opposition to the funding of the study. As we conducted our own review of the public comments that we received, the information that was included in those comments, we didn't find any new or additional information warranting a change to the funding recommendation made by the application review team. So before the commissioners today, we have the following alternatives. To adopt the staff funding recommendations contained in Table 1, Section 4 of the staff report, to adopt modified funding recommendations, or to direct the department to further evaluate the applications and return with a revised funding proposal. The department's recommendation is that the commission adopt the staff funding recommendations contained in Table 1, Section 4 of this report. At this time, Kim Fritz-Ogren and myself are available for questions for any part of this presentation and applications that we received.
Thank you, Becky. Let's see, I'm looking to see if any commissioners have questions, concerns that they would like to bring up, observations. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Let's see. I am not, oh yes, I am. Joe, Commissioner Mull has a comment.
New normal. Thanks, Becky and Kim, both of you, for continued progress in assessment and the development of the program. Observation, question, combination. It's fascinating to me that we have two applications not recommended for funding, vastly different scales and amount of money being requested, and completely different response from the local communities and the applicants. So I guess one of my questions is, nothing in the record, did you not get feedback from Grant SWCD on the staff recommendation? Is there, and have they already moved on to a different approach or resubmission? I'm curious about that.
Chair Reeves, Commissioner Mull, we did not receive any public comments on the Upper John Day feasibility study. When we share the funding recommendations of the application review team to each applicant, regardless of their approval or status of not recommending, we always invite applicants to connect with us, to have an opportunity to debrief about the application review team findings. And so that particular applicant did reach out to us and say that in the future they would like to have such a debrief meeting so that they could learn and hear in more detail what the discussion of the application review team was about their particular study proposal.
Okay, so related to that, and it's something I appreciated the opportunity pre-COVID to sit down with both of you and Commissioner Baumgartner and just talk about the programs. You've heard similar encouragement from me before that we not let, that we, and this to you, Director Byler too, that somehow we find the ability to provide some more discretion within the program for staff to work with communities that don't have the resources to prepare applications that fit the standard for any number of reasons. On the case of the coast, we have comments from the district calling that out, that as an all-volunteer district, they're very strapped for capacity. And I understand the limitations. I understand that underlying the summary, there could be a number of things about what specifically was proposed. But the thought that somehow we can't, from a technical assistance perspective, support a community that's looking for $10,000 while we're distributing $1 million plus sort of grants is frustrating to me. And I want to continue to encourage us to find ways to do that. It's quite frankly, Tom, it's an equity question that I think we need to consider going forward, to your earlier comments today. So I'm just repeating something I've put on the table before. Not necessarily a question in that, just an observation. I guess we do, as commissioners, have the potential to amend the, I guess it would be alternative 2 to adopt modified funding recommendations. And I'd be curious if any other commissioners see something similar there as an opportunity. I don't want to propose that at this point, but I do think it's something that we should consider. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Sorry, I had to find the unmute button. Do we have any other, do any other commissioners have comments, questions?
So Meg, this is Bob, if I may.
Yes, please.
And not to leave Joe hanging, and I don't know what the answer is, Joe, but it does seem to me that we have opportunities to get money out, and where do we hit that balance between providing technical assistance and creating projects for people? I don't know where that sits, but I would like to see if we can help folks be successful and keep a level playing field for the small projects and large projects. We've had this discussion before. And there was just a question I had about the Upper John Day Aquifers management study to make sure I understand it. My impression from the evaluation summary is that it's a great approach. We like the technique, it's innovative. But once the data is produced, we do not see any projects lining up to utilize that information. And is that a correct study? And have we reached out to them with what information we would want to see to be able to make those connections?
Chair Reeves, Commissioner Baumgartner, thank you for that observation. Yes, that would be the type of information we would discuss in whatever level of detail that the applicant would so like to invite us to, should they follow up, and we will be reaching out on their expressed interest to in the future have a debrief on their particular application. Your observation is entirely correct that the work of the proposal seemed interesting and innovative, but it was the finding of the application review team that they were unable to connect it or identify the specific projects or project to which this work would be linked. And so as part of the feasibility study grant statute and rule, these are funds meant to investigate the feasibility study, the feasibility of potential projects. And so that may be that line with which investigation work that is not clearly able to identify a particular project sort of falls perhaps more into a research effort or investigation, but the funding opportunity itself does indicate it needs to be linked to a project or projects. And so the review team was unable to make that connection for this particular application.
Thank you, Becky. Thank you, Kim.
Going back to both Bob and Joe's comments, I think this is kind of a chicken and egg problem that we see, I think, in these applications sometimes, that a small applicant perceives that it has a problem and it thinks it wants to pursue a particular solution, but the application is not, doesn't have what the review team thinks it needs to have. And the response would likely be, well, we need a feasibility study to put together our feasibility grant application. The need for some technical expertise to even put the application together. And I don't know what the right solution is for this problem. But it might fold better into even this afternoon's conversation about all of the feedback you've gotten about the program and how we can try to deal with this. I mean, I'm not suggesting that now we should go ahead and fund this Falcon Cove project, because I don't feel like, I mean, I feel like what's been presented to us is a kind of a reasonable explanation of why it's not a good idea to fund it right now. But I also see the problem that, you know, what does an entity do when it's in this situation? And I think we need some way to address it. I guess back to you, Joe. Are you wanting us to consider whether to go ahead and fund it?
Quite frankly, I've put things like this on the table with proposals in the past, and they've been rejected. And I don't necessarily want to see us get into that dynamic again. I think what you just described, Chair Reeves, is exactly the case. That based on the information in front of us from the team that has done the assessments, which we have to put faith in, it seems clear that it did not measure up. In terms of what the solution is, you know, what's happening now during the pandemic is really interesting in the granting world, including state agency grants, where previously awarded grants that had very tight sidebars on allowable uses tied to initial projections are being released. Grantees are being told, we know that you may need to adjust things. Clearly, you don't want pandemic urgency to drive a grant program, but a movement in the direction, especially when it comes to the cost relative to the cost of administration. So to be able to work with a small applicant that doesn't have the capacity and put something on the table that doesn't fit, but to immediately be able to go back to them and say, all right, we recognize, especially working with our field staff who know this area, that yeah, this could use some assessments, some baseline work on what the aquifer even looks like. And we would encourage you to use this $10,000 with that larger thing in mind. I mean, clearly one of the issues in this region, Cape Falcon, is a question of trust within the community, which ties directly to our water planning partnership grants. And so somehow, I know it's not easy, and we've always talked about how difficult grant programs are, but that's what I want us to be able to do. And whether we want to try and force that issue by asking for awarding this particular grant with that guidance, whether or not we can do that, I don't know. But bigger picture, we'll continue to run into this, and I see it as an opportunity. I think that the response of these particularly isolated communities on the coast and in other areas of the state, people are becoming really progressive, and they're trying to get ahead. You know, just the concern about the concern expressed by opponents to this about it being a way to hold up development. I respect that concern that an individual landowner has. Nonetheless, I think if anything, Harney is teaching us that if we don't attend ahead of time to decisions that may affect land use development, we're going to find ourselves looking backwards in time saying, shoot, I wish we had given it a little more thought ahead of time. And I feel like our grant program is a great way to do that. And we have two people leading it who get this, and we need to give them as much encouragement and flexibility to implement where they have that opportunity.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, Kathy, go ahead.
Well, okay, I have a similar kind of viewpoint on this, but actually also having lived in the grant world somewhat, that because you say no funding now doesn't mean no funding ever. And we have a perfect example of that in this year's round of grants where we said no to the city of Umatilla before, and they were all, oh my God, this is the end of the world. The timing's not right. We're going to lose funding from this. And lo and behold, they've come back with a grant application that meets all the requirements. They've spent some time working with the department so that they could get a grant through. And granted, the city of Umatilla is probably bigger than Falcon Cove, but it is not a big city. And they do not have a whole hell of a lot of resources. So if they can do it, others can do it. In the OWEB grant world, I think there was some grants that we saw like 5 funding cycles in a row before they finally got it figured out of these are the pieces we need, these are the questions you need to answer, and then the grant went on the road. So yeah, there's a current moratorium on, and then we find out in the public comments that, oh, they just lifted the moratorium. Okay, there's probably something else going on here, but okay. They've stepped through a door that we've opened and said, okay, you didn't quite make it, but come talk to us and we could help you along the way. Sometimes you got to do that little coming back and forth to get these things through. And yeah, it's a small dollar amount, but every $10,000 helps. Whether we spend it now or we spend it later. And that's my comments.
Thanks, Kathy. So I'm curious whether the city, oh, hang on a minute. Bruce, why don't you go ahead? I see your hand is up.
Well, I appreciate what Kathy's saying. And the one thing that concerns me, though, is, you look at the city of Umatilla, that's $370,000. If they had to spend $10,000 to develop the application and the expertise and all the things needed to do, that's one thing. But then a $10,000 grant, that's a whole different thing. $1,000 to, we've had some other programs where we've had small programs, small loans and large, or small grants and large grants. Perhaps there should be for these small ones a slightly modified criteria or help or some sort of a system that they wouldn't have to spend 5 to get 10, where if you're spending 5 to get 370, that's a whole different deal. So, something that we may want to look at in the future for these small grants is some sort of a program that would have modified requirements, recognizing that these small grants are probably coming from very small communities that just don't have the resources or access to the resources to fulfill the requirements. So just a thought I had.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, I think. And if it isn't something that's already been, and Joe agrees, if it isn't something that's already, well, let's talk about it this afternoon, because I think you're getting some feedback today that should get folded into that agenda item and the work on that going forward. I think the idea of some maybe relaxed requirements for an applicant like this and a grant like this is a really good idea. And we can talk about that this afternoon. Do any commissioners have further comments on the proposed funding package? I'm not seeing any hands up. And I think that means we are ready for a motion, the alternatives for which you will find on page 3 of this agenda item F.
Madam Chairman, I would move. I move that we adopt, number 1, adopt the staff funding recommendation contained in table 1, section 4 of the report.
Thank you, Bruce. Commissioner Corns made this motion. Do we have a second?
I second the motion.
All right, Kathy has seconded, and we are barring any more conversation, no more hands up. We're ready for a vote. Commissioner Kihara,
Yes.
Commissioner Baumgartner,
Yes.
Commissioner Mall,
Yes.
Commissioner Corn,
Yes.
Commissioner Quimps,
Yes.
and Commissioner Reeves votes yes. So the funding recommendation in Table 1 is adopted. Thank you, Kim and Becky both. And we'll see you this afternoon. Okay. Is it time for, it is. It's time for us to take a break. We're a little early. Can we come back early and start early, or should we stick to the starting time for this afternoon? Tom, do you have any thoughts on that? Or Raquel?
Chair Reeves, I would recommend that we come back at the time that we've indicated in the agenda, just for any public who are timing their tuning in.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll come back at 12:15, which gives us all a little bit more of a break. Right? Nirvana, confirming that this is all going to be continuing to record while we're away?
Yes.
Okay.
We cannot stop the live stream, so there'll be a sign up.
Okay.
And
So
the
people-
recording will be on.
Okay. If people want to stop their, either mute themselves and stop video, we could do that and then come back at 12:15 on the dot.
Chair Reeves, I recommend that everyone stops their video
Yeah. All right.
and mute themselves.
And mute themselves, yes.
All right. So it's 12:15. I'm just going to wait a little bit and see if Bob is back. Maybe we should just go ahead and get going.
Sorry, Meg.
Oh,
I
Bob.
had a hard time unminimizing my screen.
Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. I was gonna, okay, yeah, let's just go ahead and start. We are up to agenda item G, legislative and budget update. And that is Raquel and Lisa and Bryn presenting. Good morning, or good afternoon.
Good afternoon. All right. Okay, for the record, Raquel Riancia, Policy Manager with the Oregon Water Resources Department. I'm going to go ahead and have Lisa and Bryn introduce themselves just so we can make sure they are on and ready to go. Lisa?
Hi, my name is Lisa Snyder. I'm with the Water Resources Department. I am the ASD Administrator.
Okay. And Bryn?
Hi, everyone. My name is Bryn Hudson. I am the new Water Policy Analyst / Legislative Coordinator for the department. I'm about just shy of 2 months young with y'all.
Okay.
Bryn.
So today we're going to be talking about the legislative and budget update. You'll see on this slide, it is the only nod that we have during this presentation to the fact that today, as we are sitting here in this commission meeting, the legislature has actually started their first special session as of 8 a.m. this morning. And this is a screenshot here of what their agenda is for today. You'll notice at the bottom, there is the Senate third reading alert. And I'll just note there, it says action on executive appointments requiring Senate confirmation. And the Senate did vote this morning to approve the reappointment of Commissioner Reeves. So I figured I'd update that for all of you, just so you know today that action was taken this morning. The legislature is meeting today, and most of the bills relate to COVID or police reform, essentially. So we won't talk that much more about that session. If there is questions, though, I'm happy to discuss it with you. We're primarily watching, there's the forestry memorandum of agreement that actually was introduced in the short session and has some water provisions related to the bill or included in the bill. And so we are monitoring that and engaged in watching the bill from that perspective. There's a couple other ones related to emergency shelters and just government practices in light of COVID that we're also monitoring, but nothing really significant to report to the commission today. So we'll go ahead and move on to the next slide, Bryn.
Great. So over the first half of this year, we've been focused on engaging stakeholders to help refine our legislative concepts. This engagement is anticipated to continue up until and through the legislative session. The LC language was due to the Department of Administrative Services and Legislative Council at the beginning of June to begin drafting. And then we're anticipating submitting revisions once we get our final or our first drafts back of our LCs in October, based on our continuing conversations with stakeholders, the commission, and department staff. December 18th is the final filing deadline for LCs, and any other changes made must be done via amendment during the legislative session, which we plan on engaging with stakeholders in the legislature throughout. So Raquel talked in more detail about many of these legislative concepts at our last meeting, but as a reminder, the transfers of storage LC is a placeholder for further conversations with stakeholders to see if a solution can be identified for this problem. The Water Rights and Dam Safety Fee Schedule proposes a 17.39% increase consistent with the Department of Administrative Services projected cost increases for the next 4 years. And the Irrigation Pilot Project LC proposes to extend that program to 2030 as it is set to sunset in 2022. I don't intend to go into any more detail on these, but we're happy to answer any questions at the end of this presentation if any arise. The main focus for this LC conversation will be centered around the hydroelectric fee program, as well as the well construction program. So our hydroelectric fee structure is currently very, very complicated and leads to large annual fee increases after relicensing for any project. Many projects have not experienced a fee increase since 1999, while others have seen increases annually, and this leads to some pretty large disparities between fee payers. I won't get into all of the different annual fees that we have and that we charge on, but I will refer you to Table 1 of Attachment 1, which provide of the staff report that has all that info, including the relevant statutes in terms of the size of the projects, the number of projects that are actually billed under each fee. In addition to this really complicated fee structure, agency hydro programs are also anticipating projected budgetary shortfalls in the coming biennium. The department is currently weighing a series of options, including no action, rulemaking to increase some fees that we have the ability to administratively, and also a revamp and simplification of the fee structure with proposed legislation. So the legislation that the department is proposing would modify the fee structure for new and relicensed projects so that they're the same, and it would simplify the fee structure to be based on project theoretical horsepower, or basically project size. So projects less than 15 theoretical horsepower would be proposed to pay a $15 annual fee. Projects less than 123 theoretical horsepower, but larger than 15 theoretical horsepower would pay an annual fee of $50. And for projects greater than 123.5 theoretical horsepower, a current estimate suggests that the fee amount would need to be set around 68 cents per theoretical horsepower to cover all projected costs for agency hydroelectric programs. Fees would also be tied to an inflation factor to keep up with fluctuating costs on a year-by-year basis. And that inflation factor will always be subject to review by the Hydroelectric Fee Review Panel. The department is continuing to evaluate cost projections and intends to have further discussions with stakeholders. So please note that this fee amount is subject to change as further analysis and discussions continue. With that, I will kick things over to Raquel to discuss our well construction program.
Chair Reeves, Commissioners. So as you can tell, the hydroelectric fee program is very complicated, and Bryn did a really great job of breaking it down. I do encourage you, if you have questions, it is a very complicated program, and you might reference that attachment on page 2, attachment 1, because I find that to be helpful to understanding why we don't try to explain the current structure right now. So with that, I'll also note before I forget and before we move on, is that all of these legislative concepts are subject to approval for introduction by the governor's office. And so we continue to meet with them, and they will have the final approval before these concepts are introduced. So with that, I want to turn your attention now to the well construction program 1. This one is also pretty significant. So I'll refer you to page 3 of attachment 1. And this really is, we've had several conversations with the commission about groundwater, as well as about well construction through the Mosier program, some of the well construction standards that were adopted by the commission. So certainly it has been an ongoing conversation. And really, as you all know, improper well construction or abandonment can lead to contamination of the groundwater. It can cause waste of the groundwater and groundwater level declines. And so that's why we have this program to protect public health, as well as try to preserve groundwater supplies for those that rely on it. You'll probably recall that there was the 2016 Secretary of State audit, which had some recommendations about improvements to the well construction program. There was also in our 2017 Integrated Water Resources Strategy and 2019 Strategic Plan recommendations for improvements and modernization of this program. So one of the key things as we think about modernization is that this program has and continues to lack resources to inspect all new wells. And as a result, because there's never been sufficient resources to do that, there are wells out there that have deficiencies that have been unidentified and or unaddressed. So this is, for us, it's critical for us to think about knowing that there are budget challenges, knowing that we have limited resources. It's really critical to think about how we can implement practices to improve the likelihood that wells are properly constructed at the beginning and maximize our limited staff time. So with that, as we approach this, next slide, please. As we approach the well construction program and considering how we might modernize it, we really looked at these kind of key principles here and have several provisions, as you can see outlined on page 3, that reflect these goals. So essentially, we're looking to maximize our limited resources by improving our ability to plan our inspection workloads, which we currently have challenges doing today. We can explain more of that in detail if you'd like, and be able to efficiently conduct inspections at seal placement. So really at seal placement is when it's the most valuable for us to be able to understand whether the well is being constructed properly. We're also looking to increase our efficiency in being able to process start cards and well logs. So start cards are submitted at the beginning of the process before a well is constructed or abandoned or repaired. And well logs are submitted once that has been completed. In addition, we're looking to make sure that drillers have the proper training and understand the best practices to prevent well construction deficiencies. Again, to the extent that the drillers are properly trained and have those skill sets and we're constructing wells correctly, then that'll minimize the number of deficiencies that we may see that may go undetected given that we have limited resources. We're also seeking to address the well driller concerns about unlimited liability. So currently drillers are liable for well construction deficiencies for the life of their license. We're also though trying to balance the need to protect well owners and the groundwater resource in that conversation. You may recall there was legislation introduced during the 2019 session that would have addressed driller liability. It was introduced by the Oregon Groundwater Association, and it would have limited that liability to 3 years. And then the final goal we have is to establish funding assistance to help address legacy well construction issues, where it will protect the groundwater resource as well as help those that rely on it. So with that in mind, I'm going to give you a quick, relatively quick rundown of the provisions that are contained in the bill. This is we addressed dam safety during the 2019 session, and this was the other program that we really identified needed a more in-depth look at the statutes in order to modernize this program. So in terms of the provisions that are included, it would require new applicants for well drillers license to provide evidence of welding ability. It would require a constructor to place a seal on at least 2 wells per biennium in the presence of OWRD staff in order for them to be able to renew their license. It would also modify the continuing education committee, which currently is made up of 3 well drillers and then 1 member of the regulatory community. This is based on feedback that we received from members of the public that committee does not include a public interest in the committee makeup. And so this legislation would modify that to have two drillers, two members from the drilling community, one member of the regulatory community, and then someone who has expertise in groundwater quality, public health, or employee safety. And they could be a public interest group or a member of the regulatory community from those sectors. In addition, and so those are all, and the next two are really focused on, again, well driller skill sets, essentially, and training. The next one, we would be able to charge less than $40 for a continuing education credit. Currently, the statute requires us to charge $40, and in some cases, that makes it difficult for us to incentivize drillers to attend our classes that we may perceive to be critical. So it'll allow us to expand those offerings in areas that we think are critical training. And then it also extends the continuing education program, which we previously had in its own bill, but have now merged with this bill. That program is set to sunset in 2022, and this would extend the sunset date to 2030. In addition, in terms of us being able to set our inspection workloads, it would require start cards to be submitted no later than 72 hours before beginning work and no sooner or no earlier than 60 days before beginning work. So currently we can receive start cards. There is no time limits. And so what that means is that we can receive a start card and it not be acted upon for a year, and we won't know the status of that well. Similarly, we can receive start cards the day of work beginning, which of course makes it incredibly difficult to go and inspect that work if we receive a faxed copy of the start card the day work begins. It also requires on the start card approximate timeframes for beginning construction and seal placement and completion of construction, again, with the focus of trying to make this as efficient of a process for the well drillers, but also to allow us to plan our work. And it requires notice must be provided for at least 4 hours prior to seal placement if the timing is different than what was provided on the start card. And then it'll also have that start cards expire 60 days if work does not begin. So again, that's really focused on us being able to understand what's being drilled out there and being able to plan our inspection work. It also, from an efficiency standpoint and accuracy standpoint, would in July of 2024 require electronic submission of all start cards and well logs, as well as inclusion of the GPS coordinates on all well logs. And this is really helpful for us because we currently have about 15% of start cards and well logs are not submitted electronically, and that requires a lot of data entry on our end. So this would increase some efficiencies while also trying to provide those drillers that continue to use faxes and things like that is their way of submittal, to give them some time to adjust to the new process. And then of course, GPS location coordinates would just improve the accuracy and our ability to be able to find wells. That helps both our groundwater staff as well as our inspectors and water rights staff. It also then would establish this tiered liability system where drill liability is essentially shorter for wells that have had a higher level of review by the agency, and so 3 years. And then a longer liability period for wells that have not had any review by the department. Liability would be capped at 15 years. And really we're trying to meet that balance of the driller's interest, and we understand their concerns about having liability for the length of their license. So, 20, 30 years later, we may come back and find that there's a well construction deficiency, and we understand their concerns about that. However, we also recognize that there's never been the resources to ensure that wells are constructed properly. And so that's the balancing act here that we're trying to strike, is protecting the well owners and the groundwater resource, as well as considering the interests of the drilling community in having a shorter liability timeframe. So we've created this kind of a continuum to address those. And then finally, the bill would establish the water well abandonment repair and replacement revolving fund. This does tie into a budget package, which Bryn will talk about here shortly. And really the focus is to provide funding to permanently abandon, repair, or replace wells where there's well construction deficiencies that may lead to groundwater level declines. So think of some of the work that we've done in the Mosier area with funding from the legislature. This would be more of a program that would be able to implement statewide. It would also allow us to repair those wells that serve as a conduit for contamination, or repair or replace wells that provide water for human consumption for low income households, or where there is declining groundwater levels and other sources of water are not feasible for household purposes. So there's a lot in this bill, and we have just started, we'll be starting our outreach to stakeholders to get their feedback and suggestions on refining this concept. And that work will be getting in July. So there's much more to be done on this. So I'm going to stop there and hand this back over to Bryn.
Yeah, I think you're handing it over to me.
Oh, sorry, Lisa.
The next couple slides are meant to give you an overview of the budget process that we've been following as we develop the agency request budget, the timelines and next steps, and a high-level look at the budget packages. The wheel on the right side of the screen represents the state's biennial budget cycle. The agency request budget process began for us in January of this year, represented by the orange segment on the lower part of that wheel. Over the last several months, the department has met with staff, stakeholders, and the commission to obtain feedback on what they felt the department should include in our budget asks. The results of those conversations are compiled for you in attachment 2 included in your meeting materials. Earlier this month, we froze the budget package titles and asked that no more changes be made to the positions or costs. I'm still on the first slide. Sorry. Thank you. And asked that no more changes be made to the positions or costs described in the packages, so that the fiscal staff have adequate time to finalize the costs for each package and submit them for audit to the Department of Administrative Services by the end of June. This week, we began the process of creating the written budget document, which is due to DAS on or before July 31st, concluding our ARB process, agency request budget process. You'll notice that on the slide, the ARB process ends September 1st. That September date is for larger agencies. WRD and 43 other sister agencies are what's called early submittal agencies, and our due date is a month earlier, July 31st. As you can see, the next steps shown in blue is the governor's recommended budget due out December 1st. The legislature will then have their turn, shown in green. Then in early summer, we should know what our final budget is. Next slide. This slide provides a cumulative picture of the packages that the department intends to put forward. More detailed information can again be found in attachment 2 of the staff report, and I believe Bryn will be walking you through at a high level the packages as well as the thought process used to prioritize the packages.
Thanks, Lisa.
Oops, hang on just a second. The list is a pretty big ask given the current economic situation. However, we believe it's important that we communicate the needs of the agency and the basins around the state. I want to remind you that these numbers are not yet final and can change between now and when the document is submitted. There are 14 packages proposed to move forward with a total ask of about $31 million, about 10 of which is general fund and just under 21 million is lottery revenue bond funding. There are 30 positions that are proposed in the packages, 2 of which are considered current resources, a planning coordinator and a procurement and contract specialist. Okay, now I'll turn it over to Bran.
So as Lisa mentioned, attachment 2 provides an overview of the current 2021 draft budget proposals, and they're listed in priority order. We've talked about these packages at previous meetings, and in the interim, we've worked to consolidate and prioritize these packages based on your feedback. And so I encourage you to reference that full table that has a really nice, clean breakdown of what is in and how much each package is. So it's important to note that it was really difficult to prioritize these packages because they're all so important for many different reasons. But we did this prioritization based on 5 principles. Our first priority was to protect public safety and prepare for emergencies. Secondly, investing in IT systems is highly important. Also, in addition to maintaining existing agency services, while also minimizing reductions, especially to chronically underfunded programs. It's also critical that we invest in water management and supply solutions, primarily solutions that support local and regional efforts to address place-based water supply challenges.
Bryn,
Yeah, are you putting your paper over your laptop or something? Because we haven't been able to hear you very well. Your microphone is cutting in and out, so you might, no, it's not.
Okay, if I just talk loudly, is that more clear?
At the moment, I'm not sure that that's the issue, but we'll continue and see what happens.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so as Lisa mentioned, there are currently 14 proposed budget packages. Our first budget package proposes to increase understanding for dam deficiencies to protect public safety, water supplies, improve agency preparedness for emergencies, improve statewide resiliency to natural hazards and climate change, and address employee health and safety. Our IT modernization package will provide resources for the department to document and assess business needs, increase system efficiencies, and will modify and maintain agency records. Our legal expenses package is prioritized as number 3. As you know, in recent years, the department has experienced a rise in DOJ costs, and this has had impacts on agency services when the department has had to achieve cost savings administratively. This package proposes to increase the base budget to account for these shortfalls and minimize continued impacts on agency services. We've already touched on our water right and dam safety program, as well as our hydroelectric program services. These fee increases were discussed previously in the associated LCs, but they will result in increased revenue. Our fiscal and contracting administration budget package proposes to address foundational support for agency programs by adding staff to assist with budget development and execution associated with the tracking and monitoring of agency investments. This package also includes funding for an existing procurement and contracts position that does not have any underlying funding source at the moment. Our well construction package adds positions to the well construction program to assist with well log review and inspections and the associated follow-up required to help reduce well construction deficiencies. There's also a $100,000 ask that's included to get the well abandonment repair and replacement fund that Raquel spoke about when she was addressing our well construction LC, to get that program and that fund started. Our supporting water supply solutions budget proposal proposes to make permanent the current limited duration place-based planning coordinator. It also requests $500,000 for feasibility study grants, as well as $20 million for water project grants and loans. The increasing water management and distribution services package requests resources to continue the modernization of the field services division and support water management and distribution by water master staff in the field. Our groundwater studies package continues to work towards the state's understanding of groundwater by investing in foundational data inputs for basin studies and groundwater decision-making. Funding and positions with this package will assist in the development of groundwater budgets for each basin, will expand baseline water level and water use data collection, and will also fund a peer-reviewed consumptive water use report. These are all inputs into groundwater studies that we hope to accomplish. We also have some targeted packages that are very basin specific. So our Deschutes and other complex basin issues package will assist the department in facilitating the development of solutions to complex water management issues in the Deschutes Basin, as well as in other basins. The Harney Basin package will provide a cost match for the Federal Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program, and it will also provide funding for a position to monitor and estimate groundwater use in that region. We're almost done. Our Willamette Basin package involves work to prepare for the implementation of the Willamette Reservoir reallocation. Funds from this package will support stakeholder engagement as well as coordination of basin activities and technical analyses across agencies. Our final package is a shared position with another state agency to comply with the Department of Administrative Services internal auditing requirements and functions. The department received a waiver from these requirements for the fiscal years of 2015 and through 2021. And in the interim, we have been exploring options for meeting this requirement. So I'd just like to say we're actively revising these LCs and budget packages as we receive feedback from the commission stakeholders and department staff. And we are really excited to hear your feedback and answer any questions that you may have on the LCs and budget packages.
Thanks to all three of you for that presentation. Let's see if the commissioners have any questions, comments. I'm looking at Eric. I do not see any hands raised at this moment.
Chair Reeves.
Yes, Bruce.
How does this fit in and reflect with what we discussed this morning, an 8.5% budget cut? I mean, how does this all, this is kind of like a Christmas wish list, it looks to me like, in the circumstances that we're in. So how you plan on squaring that? Or and the second part is I look at the priorities, and some of them, can you survive with partial funding to still meet the needs of, like Harney was clear down there on the list, like number 14, yet we're getting near the end of having that, you know, the data coming into place and action need to be done. How's all this fitting in with the reality of the circumstances we're in?
Chair Reeves, Commissioner Korn, yes, that's something that we struggled with, and really a reflection, the fact that we have as many budget packages on this list as we do today is a reflection of the fact that all of this is important. And so I think that is, and that is a nod to the importance of having the Harney on here. And really, just as a reminder, the Harney package is one potential solution. It is not all of the different options that may be used in that basin. So it's one potential project of many. That said, it's important, and that's why it's on the list, despite this budget environment. So when we talked about the principles that we used as prioritization, we were working to narrow our list, and we realized that we really had difficulty doing that. And so in light of the fact that we are still working on budget packages, and to address your question around the 8.5% or 17%, depending on how you look at it, there's a couple ways that I would think about this. So the 8.5% or 17%, that applies to this biennium. So the current one that we're in. And so that's the cost savings that would be associated with this biennium if the legislature or governor takes action on those cost savings. Then there is the agency request budget. And every 2 years, we do what's the agency request budget process, which always generally includes two things to talk about. The first one is agency policy option packages. That's what we're discussing today. And that's essentially providing options for the governor and legislature if they want to make investments. It gives them a suite of options for them to be able to choose from in order to make those investments. So from our standpoint, yes, we do think that the viability of all of these packages is pretty low, that given the current budget environment. However, we want to make sure that we are putting our best foot forward in terms of helping the governor and the legislature understand where we think there are gaps, and where for us, if we were fully at our full capacity to do the work we need to do, that these are some of the areas that we would choose to invest in. So the third part of the agency request budget, which isn't talked about here, but goes to your budget reality, is that then as part of the agency request budget, there is also a list of reduction options. And so that's kind of similar to your discussion about 8.5%, although it will be a different list because in that exercise, those would be permanent reductions versus the 8.5% are only for this biennium, or were intended when they were discussed to be only for this biennium. So I think you bring up good points, and we started out with a much longer list of budget packages in February prior to COVID. And obviously the situation has changed, and certainly we're concerned about the fact that we know that we have all these packages out here. And as you had said, it's a lot. However, we've continuously noted that this agency has been under-resourced for a long time. And so we do want to make sure that even if none of these packages are funded, that the legislature understands the foundational needs that this agency has in order to maintain the current service levels that we have, and also understands what we would be looking to do if we wanted to strengthen our programs and if we wanted to help local communities, which includes that Harney groundwater package there in our full suite of packages.
Thanks.
So thank you, Raquel. We are a little bit over on this agenda item, but anybody else have any quick comments, observations, additions? Any other commissioners? Looking at Eric. All right, I think that we're good. And thank you to all three of you for this presentation. Our next item is the Harney Basin Groundwater Management Update from Justin Iverson. Oh, and Dwight and Ivan also will be available.
Okay, Chair Reeves and members of the commission, for the record, my name is Justin Iverson. I manage the groundwater section, and I've got a brief informational presentation to provide today. And let's see if I can get this to show just the slideshow. There we go. Okay, so again, I want to provide a relatively brief bit of information that relates to groundwater management in the Harney Basin. This is one of several envisioned informational presentations that are intended to provide background ahead of planned rulemaking, basin program rulemaking in 2021. So the key point recall is preliminary groundwater basin study findings have indicated some significant water level declines in some areas of the basin, and that the department believes that groundwater use reductions are needed to achieve reasonably stable water levels. And that will likely happen through either voluntary agreements or critical groundwater area controls. And both of those are likely to come before you in 2021 and beyond. I just want to take a brief moment to refresh on the geographic setting. We've had several presentations on this in the past, so I won't spend too much time. But again, Harney Basin is down in southeastern Oregon, mostly in Harney County. The red boundary shown on this map is the hydrologic Harney Basin. The blue boundary is an area we've been calling the Greater Harney Valley, which is basically the lowlands that are developed for irrigated agriculture. So maybe mention those areas again in this presentation. Okay, so just to give a quick bit of background, again, back in 2015, initial assessments that the department conducted indicated that groundwater extraction was exceeding recharge in the Harney Basin. That led to the commission modifying basin program rules in 2016, which among other things initiated the groundwater basin study. And again, we've had several presentations to the commission between 2016 and 2020 on the progress of that effort, as well as our place-based planning efforts in the basin, which brings us up to earlier this year, where all of the data has been collected in the study, the analysis has been done, that information has been written up into a draft report that's currently working its way through a peer review process ahead of publishing. So we expect those study reports will be published near the end of this year. And at that time, we'll return and give a presentation of the study findings in more detail, both to the commission and to the community. And then looking ahead, again in 2021, we expect to convene a rules advisory committee and conduct basin program rulemaking or adjust the rules. So I guess we're confident in that for two reasons. First of all, the current rules say that we will convene a rules advisory committee within 1 year of the studies being published. And again, our preliminary study results indicate that that's the prudent thing to do. So with that, understanding that we're going to be coming with rulemaking topics here in the next year, we wanted to provide a bit of background to the commission about our interim work, just to make sure that you folks were aware of things that we're doing now and in the interim to prepare ourselves for next year. And in this presentation, I'll just give a brief overview of some work we're doing with water rights processing, some work with allocation and enforcement, and some communication that we've done with the basin. And I'll note here that while the groundwater section has a support role to play in most of the items that we're touching on here, these were all led by others. So certainly a large team effort here. Thanks to Dwight French and the Water Rights Services Division, Ivan Gall and the Field Division, and also folks in WordUp and the Director's Office. And again, in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through all the details. They were all listed in the staff report. But in talking about water right processing and transactions, again, we've had a lot of routine work that's been going on. Relatively few groundwater permits that were specifically allowed in the last iteration of the basin rules or the current iteration. A number of or a lot of work actually responding to applications that came in for extensions of time and transfers. And then there's been a lot of work in the claims section, processing claims of beneficial use. So My understanding is that that group's been making really good progress working through a relatively large backlog, excuse me, of claims. But we have prioritized those in the Harney Basin, again, ahead of this rulemaking. So the overall goal of all this work is that we want to have the most accurate description possible of all the water rights in the basin ahead of rulemaking. So I want to make sure that all the water rights are along their path to their kind of present point in time, if you will. In the of groundwater distribution and enforcement by the Field Services Division, again, details were provided in the staff report, and I'll just briefly run through them here. Field staff, the water master has regulated off a handful of unauthorized groundwater uses that came to light with our enhanced look through the study. We have enforced on some permit conditions for permits that are out in the basin. Similarly, we've enforced minimum well construction standards when those have come to light, and we've investigated a handful of well interference complaints. So our goal with our field work in the Harney Basin, or one goal, I should say, is to ensure that all our existing groundwater use is legally entitled by valid water rights, again, ahead of rulemaking where we might alter how we manage groundwater in the basin. And then lastly, I want to touch on some communication efforts. So we've been trying to make sure that we have a good level of communication via multiple channels. So again, we've been having regular meetings out there, place-based planning and groundwater study advisory committee, but we've also put on additional question and answer sessions. We've had a few press releases. One of them was linked to in your, again, in the staff report. And then we've sent out a number of letters to permit holders to alert them as much as possible to what the future might hold. So there, our goal is to provide as much information as possible about expected future changes to groundwater management in the basin so that folks can make informed decisions as we head toward rulemaking and potential changes in the lay of the land, if you will. So with that, just want to recap again. The key points is that water level declines in some areas are significant, and we believe that that's going to require a reduction in groundwater use. We expect to be discussing basin program rule changes in the future, and just want to let you know that we are doing a good deal of work in the background that we haven't reported on in the last 4 years, intended to have a successful process as possible in 2021. That's it.
Good. Thank you, Justin. That was a really helpful overview, a flash overview. Yeah, no, it's great. Really, seriously. All right. Let's see, do any commissioners have comments or questions? Where's Eric? Yes, Joe, I see you have a question or
Yeah,
something.
sorry, I can't find the raise hand thing anymore. Maybe the chat box, I think, is gone. Yeah, thanks, Justin, and everyone that's had a hand in this. A couple of areas I'm curious to know a little bit more about. In the report, it mentioned it's in the findings, some areas had actually declined quite a bit more than had even been thought. I'm curious about that, and if that's just standard that you guess, and then once you start to do the actual, the more specific research, you find the accuracies there, or if it, I guess, was it point by point, or was it some bigger trend? And more importantly, if you look back 20 years, has it helped us understand warning signs that we had access to, but maybe didn't really pay as much attention to? Is there anything at this point that we've learned that can be applied in other basins?
Sure. So first part of your question, I think that the what we found was based on the expansion of our monitoring network. So if you recall from past presentations, we had 25 wells across that whole basin area that we monitored quarterly, and maybe 50 that we might have gotten every year. And we expanded that out to, I think 200 some odd wells that we actually went out and touched and located and collected quarterly data at 115 or so. So it was, I think, just increasing the density of our well net led to us finding, I should clarify, rates of decline that were greater than we imagined. Though that being said, I suppose we added some areas as well that we hadn't recognized at first, some smaller areas. The looking back question is tougher. I guess a number of years ago, I presented to the commission a presentation about how we go about providing a technical review of applications for new water rights. And in that, I described that we use best available information. So we use everything that we have available to make our best, to draw our best picture of what's going on in the basin. And until we really started expanding the knowledge through the study, and what we know is so much more now than what it was before, hard to say what we may have missed or not missed. I think that it's really just a increase in density, increase in data that's helped us make this. And I think that we're working on some things to make sure, as we go through this exercise in the Harney, as we look closer at the Klamath, we're trying to continually improve our data collection network and continually identify any spots where we don't have as dense of data as we might desire, and try and fill those as we're capable.
Thank you, Justin. I wonder if we lost Joe. I'm not seeing him on the screen or on the, really just by way of explaining that he's not coming back to you. I think maybe he got dropped. Okay, but I'm gonna just move on and hope that Joe is either still here or rejoins soon. I was going to say that when I think about what this would look like if you all staff, the place-based planning staff, the groundwater staff, the field staff had not been working, and the basin, people in the basin itself had not been working together for years leading up to it. I mean, I don't even want to think about what this news would be like, coming like a thunderbolt. So thank goodness for the work that's been done all along leading up to wherever we're going to land on this. But anyway, I appreciate it, and I appreciate the overview. Any other hands up among the commissioners?
Jerry, Commissioner Korn has raised his hand.
Yeah, that's what I saw.
Yeah, question I had, you said there was 10 unauthorized use wells regulated off that obviously didn't have a water right. Were these just domestics, or was these larger irrigation wells? And is there more potential out there that are in that situation that you haven't discovered yet? I mean, that could be substantial unless they're just domestics that was unauthorized.
Sure, Chair Reeves and Commissioner Korn. No, those, what we reported in the staff report were all irrigation wells that were irrigating areas that weren't covered by valid water rights. So in some cases, folks had applied for a water right, but didn't have an approved permit. So, and in others, they had applied for a transfer, but didn't have an approved transfer. So in some cases, I think that folks were aware they needed a water right, they just hadn't gotten through the process. We're fairly confident, I think, that we caught, if you will, or identified most of the use through the basin. We had to build a water budget, and we had to know how much water was coming out of the system. So we presented, I believe, on the satellite-based evapotranspiration modeling that we've done to actually measure how much water is coming off of crops, and by overlaying that with water rights coverages and folks' understanding of the basin from their familiarity being out and about collecting data, that's how we identified those locations.
Thank you. I mean, that could be a significant, possibly on part of the solution if you have, any significant amount that's been illegally applied or without water rights and all that. I mean, that's kind of the low hanging fruit to help solve the problem.
Yeah, I completely agree, and frankly, that was the goal of doing it. We want to make sure again that everything is legal and accounted for before we go into the basin rulemaking process.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Justin. Joe's internet has issues, and he's working on rejoining. So I think we're ready to move on to the next agenda item. Thanks, Justin, for this presentation. Next is funding opportunity assessment results and next steps. And this is Kim and Becky presenting.
Got to make sure to unmute. Good afternoon, Chair Reeves, members of the Commission. I'm Kim Fritz Ogren. I'm the manager of the Water Resources Development Program at the Oregon Water Resources Department. And with me for this presentation is Becky Williams, our grant program coordinator, and the person who was the project manager of this funding opportunity assessment. We previously provided an interim update on this effort to the Commission, I think back in November of last year. And now we're here with the results of the assessment. You may recall that the purpose of this assessment was to look at what's working and what's not working, what could be improved for our two funding opportunities, feasibility study grants and water project grants and loans. There were 3 phases of our assessment. First, we did an internal look. So staff at the Water Resources Department critically examined our funding opportunities to document what was working well and what could be improved. We also had an external phase where we reached out to stakeholders, including policy folks, grantees, applicants, consultants who work with our grantees and our applicants, as well as talked with a number of commissioners as well to get your input. We took all of that information from both of those 2 phases to evaluate the findings and chart a path forward. And so if you look at attachment 1 of the staff report, we catalog or summarize all of the findings that we received. We received over 500 pieces of feedback. And instead of giving you each of those little pieces of feedback individually, we summarized it and then also wanted to talk about some themes that emerged and what we really see are the critical components for successful funding opportunities. And so there were 6 themes. The first one that emerged was a desire and a need to achieve results with the funding opportunities. They have a purpose. And pretty much everyone we spoke to wanted to make sure that the funding opportunities were achieving those results and helping meeting in-stream and out-of-stream needs. To achieve those results, we need sustainable funding, which makes sense, right? If you're going to give out money, you need to have that sustainable income in order to dole out those funds. Next is we got feedback about how better to equip and empower grantees and applicants as they seek the funds, how we can partner with them and help them truly be successful with the funding opportunities. The next two kind of go hand in hand. We get feedback on requirements, and we note here reasoned requirements that the funding opportunity should include requirements that help achieve those results that the funding opportunity is seeking to achieve, but should remove barriers, things that don't have a purpose and might just be a hindrance to our applicants and grantees. And then the final category is just sort of fundamentals and principles of grant making. How do we just be good fiscal stewards of the resources entrusted to us? We received a lot of wonderful feedback, and it really, there was a wide range. You'll also note in attachment 1, there's contradictory feedback. So we heard from some folks on one thing and then heard the opposite from another set. I hope that Commissioner Mall has been able to join us again. We did hear from him and hear from others this issue of providing assistance to applicants and grantees who may have reduced resources and capacity available to them. And so that's folded into the findings. From those findings, we developed a set of recommended actions that would seek to improve the 2 funding opportunities. And those are listed in attachment 2. We then went through a process to prioritize those different recommended actions. So you'll note in attachment 2, we have the theme associated with the specific recommended action, if it applied to one or both of our funding opportunities. And then we gave it a priority, and that was essential, high, medium, and sort of low to minor improvement, with essential being those that are critical to the funding opportunity success, sort of going down from there. We also did a version of SMART scoring to help once again filter and sort out and figure out what recommended actions to tackle first. And so you may recall that SMART stands for specific, measurable, actionable or achievable, resourced, and then timely. And so we had a way of evaluating each recommended action along those criteria and came up with a score. The potential range of scores was -5 to 6, and we saw a range of 0 to 6. And then the final piece in that attachment is just noting the project size, because not all actions take the same amount of level of effort. And that becomes really important when we think about a plan for continuously managing these recommended actions. This is a living list of actions that we anticipate will take several years to tackle for a variety of reasons, including resources and just given needing to continue to offer the funding opportunities while we make these improvements. And so our plan is to each year develop a list of actions that we will plan to take in that year that considers our capacity and considers the project size, work with the director's office to sort that all out, and then implement those actions for the year, including as we implement them, including work with our stakeholders, with our grantees and our applicants to make sure that any action we're taking is mindful of their input and includes them as appropriate. And then also report back to you on the progress that we're making with those different actions. So we don't have a lot of time. That's my high-level summary of the funding assessment outcomes and I would be happy to answer any questions the commissioners may have.
Thank you, Kim. And Becky, I'm sure you had a hand in putting all this material together too. Excuse me. I understand that Joe has rejoined on the phone, and I guess I'll ask one question just to start with, or maybe a bit of feedback on the plan. I don't know what it was, but I could easily follow the findings section. I had a very hard time following the recommended action section. I think it might be a formatting thing, and it's just a bit of feedback for you guys as you move forward. But one of my questions is, taking into account the conversation we had this morning, where is that on this recommended actions list? And maybe you can't answer that off the top, right now, but I think the commission has a lot of interest in that topic. So at some point, it would be good to know how that fits in. And I also wondered about that letter we got from Water Watch. I could see where those comments came from in the findings, but I didn't really see how the findings that relates to translated into recommended action. So
yes, Chair Reeves, members of the commission, I'll start with the first question. So where is the piece of providing assistance to maybe grantees of smaller communities or those that may just generally have a hard time accessing funding requirement or funding opportunities. And I'd say it's probably represented in a number of different recommended actions. And the first one that comes to mind is towards the top of the list, just in terms of including environmental justice as a business requirement, and how do we fold that into different aspects of our business. And I know later on, I think specifically we talk about providing assistance or helping with the capacity needs of different applicants. And I'm not going to recall the exact recommended action for that. Becky may know, and we can get back to you with the full list. But I think the conversation this morning talked on a number of different recommended actions, because we heard it a number of times, and then also just experience and witness it ourselves.
Well, and also the notion of considering whether some kind of less challenging standards would make, and I guess that can be something more specific within the categories that you're talking about. So.
Yeah, and Commissioner Reeves, members of the commission, that begins to tie into your other question related to the comments provided by Water Watch. Water Watch was one of the policy stakeholders that we engaged and got feedback on the funding opportunity, and they provided some very detailed comments in their observations and experience with the funding opportunities. And those are captured in the details that I mentioned, those over 500 pieces of individual feedback, and then folded into some of the summarized findings and the recommended actions. So you won't see the sort of specific details because we got a lot of feedback related to, say, the public benefits and how environmental benefits should or should not be accounted for water project grants and loans. And so we have that all available and ready to access when we tackle that recommended action. We'll be sure to pull those details back into the conversation.
Thank you, Kim. So a couple things. Other commissioners may have some further comment. We also have some public comment coming in this agenda item. Do any of the commissioners have any comments at this moment? I don't see a hand up. Joe or Eric, if you're on the phone and hand up thing isn't working, just speak up, please. All right. Oh, Joe, there you are. Joe, do you have some comment? Joe, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. I'm not sure what's going on. Now, Joe, are you there? I think we're having technical difficulties. Can anyone else hear? I can't, but okay, all right. We must be having technical difficulties. Eric, did you have anything to add?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, just one general comment. And Kim brought this up explicitly in her verbal presentation about the need for us to be responsible with these public funds. But when I look at the, the critical components for successful funding, I think it might be good to express that in terms of both the stakeholder side and the agency side, so that we are being clear about, we want to provide opportunity and real outcomes, but we also have responsibilities for, transparency and accountability and maybe predictability, some things like that. So think about that funding success from both perspectives. And maybe express that with some of the graphics and some of the way this document is formatted.
Thank you, Commissioner Crumps. That's good feedback.
Okay, we have a request from two people to make public comment. And first is Marianne Cooper from the Oregon Farm Bureau. Marianne, if you're there and you want to unmute. And if you'd like, you could, I don't actually know whether you can show video. Nirvana, can Marianne show video?
I think they have, if you all can hear me, they have offered for me to show my video, but I will say I am about 4 days back from maternity leave and in no fit state to be seen.
Okay.
So if you guys don't mind, I will remain an anonymous voice from afar.
Of course. Thank you.
So thank you for the opportunity to comment. This is Marianne Cooper from the Oregon Farm Bureau. I'm the Vice President of Public Policy for the Oregon Farm Bureau. We participated, as Kim indicated, in some of the stakeholder groups providing feedback. I just wanted to echo some of our feedback. And I think also, Chair Reeves, echo your comment that I did find the recommended actions a little hard to follow and a little hard to read. So I think if there's maybe a different way to format them or group them or otherwise make them a little more clear, that would be helpful. But some of our comments that we have provided that I do see at various places captured in the document were a real need. I think one of our concerns around the program is that the intention originally was to focus on, in our view, water supply development projects. Because there is a whole myriad of other funding available through other agencies and other programs for other types of projects. And I do feel as we've been watching these projects go forward, all of the projects that have been funded have been very worthwhile, but it does seem like sometimes there's lack of clarity and duplication with other funding sources, other ways of funding projects. Some of these projects seem like they could almost be a better fit for maybe OEB funding or other DEQ or other state or federal agency funding. And so one of our comments had really been around, and it is captured in the document, the need to make sure we're not duplicating agency resources, duplicating funding, and that we'd really love to see this program kind of go back to the intent of looking at and funding water supply projects and kind of prioritizing addressing some of our outstanding infrastructure and water supply needs that we all know are really serious in the state. So with that, I'd echo the comment on hopefully getting the recommended actions to be a little easier to follow and to review. But just wanted to get in front of the commission and express our comment around the need for making sure that these programs aren't duplicating other state or federal programs and that they are focusing on funding kind of our highest priority, especially water infrastructure needs. Because if we don't start doing that, we're going to end up even further behind than we already are now. So with that, I will conclude. I don't know if I'm able to take any questions. I'm happy to.
Sure, if commissioners have questions, we have a time to take them. I'm just looking right now to see if I see any hands up. I do not see hands up. And Mary Ann, thank you for taking the time and appreciate it.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Sure. Next is April Snell from the Water Resources Congress. Same for you, April, if you'd like to. There you go. Be visible. Hi.
Can you hear me now? Yay, okay. For the record, my name is April Snell, Executive Director of the Oregon Water Resources Congress, representing irrigation districts and other agricultural water suppliers. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on item I, and I will say before I get into my remarks, it is lovely to see some of your faces and your respective virtual backgrounds. Those of you who work closely will know that I hate showing my face, so take this as a privilege for what that's worth. So having viable funding sources for planning, feasibility, and implementation of water projects is not only a top priority for our organization, but also a vital set of tools for Oregon communities to meet their current and future water needs. However, as the Commission is aware, additional work is needed before Oregon has a complete and functional set of funding programs. This assessment report and the remarks I'm making are on the feasibility study grants and water project grants and loans. And as you guys know, we'll be having additional conversation about the place-based planning program later on, which is one of the missing components of that full funding spectrum. We do greatly appreciate staff efforts to assess the department's current funding programs and to develop the robust report that you have before you. Our association was deeply engaged in the creation of both programs, Senate Bill 1069 in 2008 and Senate Bill 839 in 2013, and our members are frequent applicants of both programs. We worked with a broad coalition of water users on both programs, and particularly with Senate Bill 839, we were deeply engaged with the Association of Nurseries and other ag water users, as well as municipal organizations and collaborative conservation groups to develop a framework that led to the end legislation. Unfortunately, Senate Bill 839 is an example of political sausage making at its finest, which we've talked about before, and with extremes on both sides basically advocating at the nth hour. There's language in there that makes it really difficult for staff, as alluded to in the report, as well as applicants. Some of it is stuff that we could potentially fix outside of the legislation, and that's something I would definitely be supportive of. The language where you have to go to the statute, that's going to take some effort. There's also been some interpretations that have potentially led to unintended barriers that have created some usability aspects with it. But I think we can work on those. So the big issue is we don't have an alternative set of funding sources. And so as such, we're committed to making improvements to these current programs while keeping our mind open towards other innovative ways to fund and modernize our shared water infrastructure systems. I have a few items to offer on the assessment process and the report, and it is a mix of comments on the process itself as well as the accompanying report, and offers the goal of helping you to solicit, prioritize, and implement recommended changes and enhance of both programs. First, much more feedback and communication and robust stakeholder engagement is needed before any action is taken to modify these programs, particularly feedback with the folks who use those programs. I and other stakeholders are committed to being involved in that process, and we look forward to being engaged further. Feedback on the programs is important, and you should not wait to a formal assessment period to do that. It's something that should be ongoing and as a loop, and I think Director Byler has done well with the strategic plan and identifying some areas that kind of fit into this ongoing need for feedback and improvement. Communication with the organizations representing applicants needs improvement so that we can better provide that feedback, as well as inform and educate our members on any new forms, interpretations, and other changes. We do greatly appreciate the department's decision to postpone a discussion on the SVS to a later time. Not only is it not a high priority issue in light of the pandemic, we would caution extending time on SVS when only one project has been funded. I would like to specifically commend Rachel Levelford and other staff who tirelessly worked on developing the first SVS and to find a path forward for the Kingsley project. Without her tenacity and the creativity of the other WRD staff, that project may not have moved forward at all. However, based on the frustrating experience of one of my most progressive irrigation district members, it is highly unlikely that any of our members will apply for a project that triggers SVS anytime soon. It would be a far better use of everyone's time to instead create further opportunities for stakeholder involvement and engagement on the two programs as a whole. The formal focus group process in 2019 was structured in a manner that segregated interests from one another, including me from my own members. This created unnecessary silos, furthering perceived divisions between in-stream and out-of-stream users, and overall was less than productive. I have not seen the WaterWatch comments, but I suspect that they have similar concerns that I do, perhaps from a different spectrum, but similar. These things could be avoided if you just put us all in a room together. I would also suggest that if the choice is made to use an online survey in the future, please coordinate with OWRC, particularly if it's during the irrigation season, so we can increase feedback from district applicants. Stakeholders were not provided with an opportunity to review or provide feedback on the report prior to the commission meeting, and were informed via email on Monday, or for those of us who stalk your website, we saw it last week when the report was posted. I mention that because while I don't feel that way, there are many members within the agricultural community who, let's just say, could have an increased level of faith in the department's commitment to transparency. And this is a step that I think can be improved when there's additional reports. As a participant of one of the focus groups, I do see some of the comments that I made in the report, but I also feel, as been made prior comments, that some of it's a little confusing. So I guess there's a lot in there, and how do we pick what we can move forward with, what's most doable, what's most needed? Those types of questions we still have to deal with, and I think engaging a group of collaborative stakeholders to help figure out that is something I would strongly encourage the department to do. But outside of that, I and other stakeholders are committed to trying to make improvements to this important funding program. It is something where the legislative environment is a very risky place, particularly right now, and I want to be very cautious because I would not want our efforts to improve the program to lead to negative consequences or potential loss of funding. And so that's something I think we all need to be aware of and treading in these waters very cautiously. I would also, though, point out that unlike the place-based planning program, we don't have a looming deadline to do something or lose it. So I say that because I think we have a huge opportunity, even in this pandemic where we're all working virtually, to have some further conversations about how we can improve the program, particularly outside of the legislative environment. So the short version is we care about the program very much. We're deeply involved in the program. My members use it, and we look forward to being more involved in how we can make it a better program. So with that, thank you for your time, and be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, April. Let me see if any commissioners do have questions. Bruce, is that you? Bruce, did you have a question?
No, I did not.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
thank you.
saw a flash of blue up here. I thought it was you raising your hand.
Oh, no. But thank you for the input, April. I appreciate that.
Yeah. So do I. That's a perspective on this that I think we hadn't heard yet about this particular set of findings and recommendations. So, Kim or Tom or anybody, do we want to have any further conversation at this point, or do you want to take this up again at some other point, some other time?
This is Tom. I appreciate April's feedback and Mary Ann's as well. I think April made it, well, she had a lot of good feedback for us, both in substance and process that we will take into account. Maybe one of the key takeaways for us all is an important point that she made around our feasibility program and the water project, the 839 program, is that we aren't dealing with a timeline here, and we do have time. And what I want to express to the commissioners and to the folks who are listening in or participating in this meeting is that we hear you in that, and that we are, we're looking to make adjustments to make this program as functional as it can be, not for our own purposes, but really for the public that we serve. And so we want to make sure that we're engaging with you and going through this really a kind of adaptive, iterative exercise in a way that's going to be productive and successful. So we would welcome the opportunity to engage and make sure that we're oriented in the right direction and taking the right steps at the right time.
Chair Reeves, if I may add to that,
sure.
I also want to thank April and Marianne and Kimberly, those who have presented shared comments in the meeting, and all those that participated in the assessment. I think we do have a shared goal in making these funding opportunities the best that they can be and achieving the results that they're intended. And I really look forward to working with those that have been involved and the others that may be interested so we can achieve that goal moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Kim. Let's move to our next and last for today agenda item, which is Water Resources Planning Assessment Scope of Work. This is Steve and Harmony presenting.
Hi there. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay. Chair Reeves, commissioners, my name is Harmony Burritt. I'm a planning coordinator for the Water Resources Development Program, well, the Water Resources Department, but working in the Water Resources Development Program. Steve is listening in and is available to answer questions, but you get me today. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, hopefully without any issue. All right, can you see it? Great. So the purpose of this presentation today is essentially to provide a very broad overview of the scope of work of our planning assessment. Yes. This one? Kim is helping on IT today. So as you know, I'm going to get kind of into the background, but in 2015, we received funds for place-based planning. We designed a grant program and had those funds allocated in 2016. All 4 of the planning groups that we're supporting kicked off their process in fall of 2016, and we've been tracking them and participating, providing support along the way. Upper Grand Ronde is in planning step 4 and expects to complete a plan in early 2021. Lower John Day is not far behind, expecting to complete a plan in early 2021. Mid-Coast in late 2021, and Harney is kind of looking at a two-stage process with the groundwater portion of their plan expected to be completed in 2021, and folding in surface water in 2023. And so with the completion of these plans and also the looming deadline, as was referenced by April of 2023, when this program is set to sunset, we see the need and the opportunity to do an assessment of our planning work and an evaluation of the pilot phase of place-based planning. So it's a timely opportunity given that we expect to have completed plans, and we also want to have sufficient time to really be thoughtful about what planning looks like in the future as we develop concepts in 2021 for 2023. So the kind of prevailing question that we're asking as a part of this planning assessment is how can we structure and support future planning to meet in-stream and out-of-stream water needs and strategically guide investments. Planning shows up in all of our documents, and we have been pursuing the place-based planning model, but really we want to take a little bit more of a holistic look at our planning functions. And we broke this out into 5 different work elements, and we'll get into those a little bit more. And so the purpose of this presentation is just to give you like kind of the next level of detail, but if you want more detail, we would be happy to get as detailed as you want on the scope of work. We began this work in April 2020, and we expect to be done towards the end of 2021. So the first element is really looking at our role and responsibilities as it relates to planning. We really want to make sure that we're rooted in the expectations regarding how we plan, our roles and responsibilities there. And in order to do this, we're going to do essentially a content analysis. We're going to look at our guiding documents. So that is our water law and policy, our rules, the integrated water resource strategy, our strategic plan, executive orders. Take those, nearly 1,000 pages of words and put it into a somewhat succinct visual framework and key findings that just kind of describes what our role and responsibilities are as they relate to planning. And we want to make sure that our future approach is really guided by the contents of the guiding documents. Element B is learning from others in and outside of Oregon. We do this, all the time. We're always learning from others inside and outside of Oregon, but we really want to take a structured approach. In 2014, our predecessors who designed place-based planning did this with the, you'll see in the top left corner, a discussion paper, and they looked at Texas, Washington, and California, gleaned some lessons learned and best practices, and then went out to various stakeholder groups in the public to get then feedback on how these other states had designed and approached this work. And so we want to revisit some of those case stories and maybe bring in some other case stories, talk to experts in the field, and kind of come up with a succinct summary of what we're hearing from others, and make sure that we're really drawing on the innovation in other states, in Oregon, and maybe around the world. Element C is about evaluating past and current planning. The department has been doing planning for a long time. The current iteration of this is place-based planning, but we really want to take a look back in time, and to the extent we can, talk to people who were involved in past planning and understand what they did, what worked, what didn't. And then this element also includes an independent evaluation of the pilot phase of place-based planning. As a result of the budget in 2019, we do have some funds set aside for an independent evaluation. And this is something that we've heard from our stakeholders, as well as just other people that do this work, that having that independent eye is really important to build credibility in the findings. And we're really fortunate to have that funding to hire someone to help us with that. Element D is about assessing the status, assets, and needs across the state. We want to make sure that we really understand where places are at, that we're designing an approach that accounts for and honors the work that has already been done and helps meet places where they're at. But it's also rooted in reality. We have to understand the current capacity we have to support planning. We can't design approaches that we ourselves can't actually implement. So just in this slide, you can see a couple examples. Hood River, they've been doing planning. They've received, Bureau of Reclamation Water Smart grant. The watershed group there is really active. North Santiam is super active. They are not our place-based planning groups, but that, places have been planning for a long time. We want to make sure that we're really designing an approach that meets them where they are and gives them the support that they need. And then element E, we haven't scoped this yet, so this still needs to be designed, and we expect to come out with the scope for this in late 2020, early 2021. But we're going to embark on a collaborative process to design a future approach and really clarify what that support looks like for future planning. And in this, we expect to involve planning experts, place-based stakeholders, statewide stakeholders, the planning groups themselves, our agency partners, department staff and leadership, and also you. And we will have throughout A through D is really gathering the information that we feel that we need as a basis to then design a really smart approach for the future. And so we're going to involve all of these stakeholders as well as yourselves through in A through D, so that everyone kind of has an understanding of the information that we're working with, so that when it comes to D, we all have kind of a baseline understanding that we can build off of. And with that, I would be happy to take any questions and welcome Steve to chime in too if he is listening and is better equipped to answer the question.
Thank you, Harmony. Let's see. Can you close the PowerPoint just so I can see the rest of the commissioners?
Yep, let me, did that help?
My screen is telling me that I'm still viewing your screen, although it's blank.
I have to stop my.
There we go. That did it. Thank you.
Great.
Okay, thanks. So let's see. Do any of the commissioners have any questions, observations for Harmony or Steve? Looking for Eric. I do not see any hands up, I don't think. Bruce, did you have a comment?
Well, I was just going to comment, I feel like this has been really a successful program with the 4 pilot programs we've had. It's just the question of continuing this and expanding it. Again, we're back to the budget issues. It's going to be really difficult to start new programs right now. I think a Walla Walla would be a perfect place to have another program, started. And but boy, we're just really going to be limited the next while to expanding this, even though the results have been great. I mean, it's just been the right place, the right time, whether it's in Newport with, or Harney or whatever. All 4 of the groups have really, I think, is a real asset and benefit to the communities they're serving. And with drought and all the various things we see going on around us, I don't even know if it's a question. I just don't know how we move forward in the climate we're in right now.
Chair Reeves, Commissioner Corrin, I think you raise a really great point. And as we get to the design work, I think we really need to be mindful of building a program that is resilient to the ups and downs of the budget. In my, I've been at this for, about 18 years now. And in my professional career, we have been in economic recession for about the same amount of time we've been in the good times. And so I guess that's something we just really need to, we need to design for that. We need to consider that. We need to not build a program that is utterly dependent upon more resources, even though they will be beneficial. And when we do have resources, we will be able to go farther and bigger. But I think that's a really, really great point. We know places need to plan, but we need to think about what that looks like when we don't have all the resources.
Maybe the watershed councils, you brought them up, and I know they're fairly active here in our area. Maybe more of a collaborative effort with them to make what limited resources there is and not duplicate what's already been done. Perhaps there's some opportunities in certain areas of the state to tie in with organizations that are functioning somewhat, to enhance them rather than reinvent what they're trying to do too, possibly. I don't know.
Yeah, I think partnerships will be a really important piece of this work going forward. It's been an important part of the story for the past 4 years in our support of the place-based planning groups, and I think it will be an important component going forward for sure. How to leverage those partnerships, both at the local, state, and federal level.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Harmony, am I understanding correctly that this effort will be partly an assessment of how well place-based planning has worked, but also putting it into a larger context to evaluate whether place-based planning is the way to go? I guess it was expanding the scope that got my attention in terms of the thinking behind just evaluating place-based planning, but also bringing in the past efforts, et cetera, et cetera. I wonder.
Yeah. Chair Reeves, commissioners. Yeah, I think one thing that we've heard and we've seen over the past several years of doing place-based planning is that there's a lot of planning that the department has done in the past that may not be currently supported at the level that it needs. So, looking at basin planning, that's something that we used to do, and we're not doing that now in the same form, but it's still a need. There are other planning functions that are in our statute and rules that aren't being supported. And so we just wanted to fold those in and make sure that as we think about the future of place-based planning, that we're accounting for those different responsibilities that we have. And place-based planning, I think it's safe to say that it will change. We don't know exactly how, but I think that there's some certain elements that are really important that we want to hang on to, and we keep hearing over and over and over again. In the Integrated Water Resources Strategy, public outreach, and the Water Vision outreach, there's a very strong interest for regional approaches, for making sure that any actions that we pursue are appropriate for the place, and that there's a really strong public participation component, that people are involved in understanding and resolving these issues at local level. And I think that those will continue to be, there are these key elements of place-based planning that I think will continue into the future. It's just then, how do we support that? We might not always have grant funding. I would love if we had that, but we might not always have that. So what does that mean then for our role going forward? Or how do we provide technical assistance? What technical tools do we bring to bear in planning, different planning efforts? And maybe there are some different ways that we can think about the support that we bring.
That helps. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think this concludes our.
Chair Reeves, Commissioner Baumgartner has a question, I think.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Thank you,
Go ahead, Bob.
Thank you, Chair Reeves. And actually, I think, Harmony, you touched on it, but I will go ahead and ask or maybe raise the question again. And I see some opportunity to change how we do place-based planning, part of the act and then learn from what you've done and try to make it better. But what follow up from what Bruce said is, in this time of COVID, I know our business has been really trying to figure out how we do things differently. And being an introvert, that's great for me. But part of the place-based planning, as I see it, is the power of that, or that we're trying to harness, is bringing people together, which may be harder to do. And I'm just wondering if you've given thought to either following up from Commissioner Corn's discussion on the budget, but just some of these physical distancing exercises and how we're going to keep that energy that's created by bringing people together.
Yeah, Chair Reeves, commissioners, I will say that I am so glad that we had 3 ish years in person together, because the trust and relationships that we were able to build in that time, I think, will carry us through the time of social distancing. I do think every group has responded very differently to the impacts of the pandemic, and it's really interesting, you know, even the impacts to the pandemic, like it's very place-based how a community responds to that, how equipped they are to respond to that, how they adapt to the circumstances. But I think you know, collaboration is certainly challenged by these times. It is not the same, you know, trying to collaborate over a Zoom session, because a lot of the work, you know, it happens on break when you're going to get coffee and before you come back as a group. Like, thinking through these things and talking to people is very complex, and it's hard to capture and propel that forward in a digital virtual setting. But people are making the most of the circumstance. And I think one thing that I've really noted, especially in our work on the Mid-Coast, is in some of the earlier conversations, people were like, no one, you know, people come to the first meeting. We had like 70 people come to the first meeting. People are not going to come. People, you know, are going to stop coming to your meetings. That's just the way the coast is. But people kept coming, and we're getting more people. We consistently have 50 people showing up because water matters. It really matters to people. And things are only getting harder. And I think people, honestly, our groups will push through whatever is thrown at them, because this issue matters so very much to their communities.
Thank you, Harmony.
Thank you.
Okay, any other hands up that I missed? I do not see anyone. Thanks to everyone who participated in any way today in our first Zoom Water Resources Commission meeting. And I believe we are adjourned. Stay well, everyone.
Thank you, Chair Reeves. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Yes, thank you.
Have a good summer.
Glad to see everybody's faces, even if we don't get to do air hugs.
Right. Right.
Sure.
Yep.
Bye, you guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Nirvana.
Bye.
Bye.